There are lots of keys to this race, but the biggest key is this one. How fast and how good Rusty Wallace is. Nothing else may matter. He told me in that truck when we were going around the track, his car was a little tight in final practice. They made some changes, but he's still confident. If he's fast and he's good, the guys at the end of the field are going to get lapped. Rusty could have a big day, Ray.
Well, I'll tell you, Bill, Kyle Petty's charity ride finished up right here in Bristol, Tennessee. They were on these beautiful Harley-Davidsons. It's going to be a different kind of a ride today here at Bristol.
Can those guys in the rear get to the front without being lapped by Rusty Wallace? That's the key. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. NASCAR today is history. Time to buckle in for the Food City 500. It's coming up next here on the big show, and I guarantee you it is going to be exciting. The drivers are buckling in. This is the moment when you strap down the belt and hope for the best, because ultimately luck probably has more to do with Bristol than anything else. That wraps it up. On behalf of our guys, we say thanks for being here. I'm Dave Despain. Time now for the race show.
It's a stretch that makes even the most seasoned NASCAR drivers cringe. It began 3 weeks ago at Darlington, the granddaddy of all stock car facilities. As it has through 5 decades, once again it reminded everyone how it earned the name as the track too tough to tame. Last week, Winston Cup went west to Texas, where everything is big. The track, the crowd, the cash, even this first lap crash. Following that uncontrollable stampede at the start, this place quickly earned a reputation for putting patience to the ultimate test. Today, Bristol may be the meanest of them all. This high-bank concrete cage can mash both man and machine. Here, racing is more than just rubbing. It's beating, banging, and bumping with an occasional kick thrown in to vent your frustration. Here, look for an important laps are. First one to 500 wins, even if you need a little help moving your mangled machine to victory lane. After an incredible facelift, this ultra-modern Bristol Motor Speedway now resembles the Rose Bowl of racetrack. 118,000 seats, all sold out for today. The seats and the suites are new, but the track's the same, which still means for the drivers and crews, survival's the name of the game.
Bristol Motor Speedway, a tough track, a tough ticket. To win, you must survive a true life test at the School of Hard Knocks. This is no entry-level class. Bristol will challenge your car and your self-control. The track has no friends. Even the best can only hope to survive. And at the end of 500 heart-stopping laps, what's left is a salvage yard of shredded sheet metal and shattered dreams. Welcome back to Bristol, a day of nightmares. School is in session. First stop, shop class. Last stop for one lucky student, victory lane. These are the tools that can get you to the front and keep you there at Bristol. Shocks, springs, track bar, sway bar, and this ratchet, which you'll see used to make wedge adjustments during today's race. One of the keys to success here at Bristol, having a driver with a cool head and a crew that has a true hard-hat approach. Because this track will not only test the marriage between speed and skill, it will also test the size of your heart and the size of your hammer. So it's whether you bang, cut, saw, tape, or have to go to this hydraulic porta-power, you must do whatever you can to get your car back out on the track and get those ultra-important points. You know, this is a very fast, tough racetrack, and the term winning ugly could have been coined here, because when the day is done, with all the beating and banging that goes on here, a lot of ugly cars have looked pretty good in victory lane. ESPN, the worldwide leader in motorsports, presents Speed World. Today live from Thunder Valley, Bristol Motor Speedway, it's the NASCAR Winston Cup Series Food City 500. After 6 events, Dale Jarrett holds a 95-point lead over Terry Labonte. His younger brother Bobby, 41 points back. And after that 6th place finish in Texas, yes, Dale Earnhardt has found the top 10. But where were they a year ago? Well, Dale Jarrett was the point leader, but take a look. Last year, Jeff Bodine was way back in 34th spot, and yes, Dale Earnhardt was second in the point standings. Well, earlier in the week, in fact, Friday morning, Rusty Wallace pushed his Ford to the edge and then beyond. This lap let him know how far he could go in qualifying, which was all the way to the front row. Exactly where Rusty Wallace starts today at the point of this field in the Food City 500. Rusty Wallace on the pole for the first time since June of '94. He's standing tall at this short track. He's been the man since we got here. Rusty, you're on the pole. You've been fast, but you told me a few minutes ago your car was tight in final practice.
Yeah, I think a lot of cars were real tight. The new fender rules where you got to have the fenders a little farther in from last year, and Goodyear's brought us a new tire with a lot softer sidewall. All that's made the cars real tight, made the setups dramatically different, but I think most of the guys pretty well adjusted for them. I know my car feels good.
Rusty Wallace is very confident. You saw that he spun here in practice, but when he won at Richmond, he spun early in that race. Rusty Wallace would like to duplicate the spin and win.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jerry Punch, and I'm subbing for Bob Jenkins this week, who underwent successful back surgery 3 weeks ago. The good news is Bob's recovering nicely at home, and we'll be back next week at Martinsville. Bob, we miss you. You know, today's race marks the 37th time the Winston Cup cars have run here in the spring. There have been a lot of changes since 1961, but one driver has managed to be able to overcome those changes and go to victory lane more than anyone else. You know him as DW.
Throughout his 25 years in the sport, Daryl Waltrip has tamed the NASCAR short tracks like no one else. They used to call him Jaws, and he had no problem chomping up the competition here on the high banks of Bristol. While the colors changed, the drive remained the same. Dominance to the tune of 7 straight wins in Thunder Valley during the early 80s. As the 80s marched toward the explosive decade of the 90s, old DW marched right along. 47 career victories on the short track, 17 of those from the pole position. And fittingly, his last short track victory came here, underneath the bright August lights.
To celebrate Daryl's quarter century in this sport, they're pulling out some paint jobs from the past. This one is the one he had with Junior Johnson and won the last race in that 7 in a row back in 1984. Daryl, the king of Bristol, 44 races, 26 top 10s, only 3 DNFs. And Daryl Waltrip sitting back here. Daryl, you're the king here, but you got a long way to go to the front. Can you make it?
Well, it's sometimes you have to lead from the back, and that's what we're going to do today. You know, we're going to start this thing off here, and I just don't want to panic. I want to keep all the fenders intact. If I get lapped early, I'm not going to worry about it. I just have to deal with it later on in the day. 500 laps, a long race. Parts America car's running good enough to win this thing, but we got a big hole to dig out of.
Daryl Waltrip starting from the back. He's also going to give us the command to get this race underway, so let's get everybody in here.
The only this year's NASCAR Cup Series racing, Daryl Waltrip.
Superman, start your engine!
Chore starting in the back of the pack. You know, we've talked about all the changes that have been made here at the Bristol Motor Speedway. There's a slight change on the racetrack. 4 feet wider, I should say, coming off of turn 2 and all the way down the backstretch. I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make, but there's a bigger problem than that.
Oh, yeah, every little bit helps, but 43 cars today. Daryl Waltrip will start 43rd. And, folks, there's a lot of great cars back there. Ned, my question, can they get through the traffic before Rusty Wallace, who's blind and fast, laps them?
Well, it'd be tough. This traditionally is a one-groove racetrack, especially in the first half of the race. They run right down on the bottom of the racetrack. Tough to pass on this racetrack, but that helps to make it very exciting and all of that bumping and grinding that we usually see.
Back here on the backstretch, there's not much going on right now because the cars have not rolled off yet, but that won't happen for very long. There'll be a lot of action back here on the backstretch, and you know what? There's a lot of drivers that'll be pitting back here on the backstretch that are very, very good drivers. We've heard all the statistics about Daryl Waltrip. 12 wins right here at Bristol. He's starting way in the back, 43rd with a past champions provisional. Another couple of guys to look at. Look at this. Car number 3 back here. Dale Earnhardt, 8 wins here at Bristol. He's on the backstretch, and so is Mark Martin. Mark Martin, a former winner here at the track. So a lot of cars back here. Look right here. Here's the STP Pontiac. Bobby Hamilton. He's a great short track driver, so we'll see some guys with a big disadvantage today pitting on the backstretch.
Ray, you talked about the largest field in the modern era of NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Let's take a look at how they're comprised today. 20 Fords, 15 Chevrolets, 8 Pontiacs. 10 points separate them in the manufacturer's championships. Chevrolet back of Ford by 10, and Pontiac back of Chevrolet by 10. Those that missed the field, there were 47 cars here. 43 will start. Bobby Helen, Billy Standridge, Mike Wallace, and Greg Sachs had to go home. They didn't get a second chance to qualify because rain washed out qualifying on Saturday. So Adelaide lineup. Well, let's take a look here at the starting lineup for today's Food City 500. Front row, his 18th career pole in first is June of 1994. Rusty Wallace. Sterling Marlin beside him trying to capitalize on an 8th place finish at Texas. Row 2, Ted Musgrave. Kenny rebound from finishing 35th out in Fort Worth. Kenny Wallace, his best starting spot this year in Winston Cup. Back in row 3, both these guys have won twice in 1997. Jeff Gordon's won 2 in a row here. Jarrett looking for that first short track win. Back in row 4, Hutch Strickland, his 3rd top 10 start of the 1997 season, and Jeff Bodine climbing up in those Winston Cup points. Back in row 5, Steve Grissom finished 10th at Texas, likes this racetrack. And Jimmy Spencer, Mr. Excitement, boy, what Bristol could do with him.
In row 6, Jeff Burton, the winner last week in Texas, alongside Brett Bodine. Row 7 this afternoon. On the inside, Bobby Labonte. And on the outside, Kyle Petty, probably the fastest Pontiac here. Row 8, Robert Presley and Kenny Schrader. As the cars roll off, we'll look at row 9, Terry Labonte, with 10 defending champions, and Bill Elliott. And in row 10, Dick Triple and Robbie Gordon.
And in row number 11, we see Chad Little and Ricky Rudd. Of course, they're pitting on the backstretch. All of these cars from here on back. Row 12, we find Mark Martin and Joe Nemechek. Row 13 is Rick Mast and John Andretti. Row 14 is David Green and Mike Skinner. And in row 15, we have Dale Earnhardt and Ed Berry.
Back in row 16, Lake Speed and the Harry Melling on Ford. Jeremy Mayfield drives for the Cranopus Haas team. Row 17, inside will be Johnny Benson's Pennzoil Pontiac. It's an all Pontiac, row 17. Bobby Hamilton, watch him to come in a hurry. Back in row 18, Ward Burton, another Pontiac. MB&A, the sponsor, and the Skittles Pontiac Grand Prix of Derek Cope. Row 19, Gary Bradbury on the inside, and Ernie Irvin's worst starting spot of the year outside of row 19. Row 20, Michael Waltrip, Sitco Ford, alongside with provisional starting spot, Jack Sprague subbing for the injured Ricky Craven.
And the last row, or next to the last row, I should say, Morgan Shepard and Dave Marcus. And starting 43rd, DW, Daryl Waltrip.
Well, talk about a tough racetrack. Take a look at the caution laps. First 4 events of the year, there were only 133 cautions. The last 2 races at Darlington and Texas, there were 133 caution laps just in those 2 events alone. So, folks, we're in for a barn burner. Here is Jack Sprague's in-car camera. Sprague, the 32-year-old driver, subbing for the injured Ricky Craven. He starts back of the pack. Now look underneath the 21 Sitco car of Michael Waltrip. That is the drive shaft. Benny and Ned will tell you all about what that does and what the other parts are going to do. We rotate that camera around during the day. How about Mike Skinner, the Lowe's Chevrolet. Second Richard Childerstone car. Skinner starts in 28th spot.
Mark Martin will be starting in the rear. We're right alongside Mark Martin. He will be pitting in the back pits. We'll see what kind of disadvantage that is during the day. This is on board Robbie Gordon's Coors Light Chevrolet, starting right behind Bill Elliott. And there is Rusty Wallace, our pole sitter. He has only the pace car to see in front of him, and the pace car will be leaving in just a moment. So we'll have clean racetrack in front of him.
Preparing for the start, winding back and forth, trying to get some heat in these tires. It's extremely cold, but some milestones being set today. Bill Elliott's 500th career start, Jeff Bodine, 450, and Rusty Wallace on the pole, his 400th career start dating back to Atlanta back in 1980.
Taking a couple extra laps, or at least an extra lap here, Jared, because it's so cold here today. It's colder than anyone thought it might be. It's overcast here at Bristol. I don't think there's any threat of rain, but it is overcast and cold, so they give them plenty of time to heat the oil up in these engines and also in the rear gears.
And what a crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching history being made today. The largest sports event crowd at sea event, a live event in Tennessee history. 118,000. And some of those great shots from high above this Rose Bowl of racetracks come courtesy of the fine folks from Pennzoil, our Pennzoil copter cam, high above the half-mile Bristol Motor Speedway.
They're getting the signal now, one more lap, and we'll be going green.
Yes, the engine oil the cars use is 20W50. It's very thick. Also, the lubricant in the rear gearing is 140 weight. So you can imagine it is very, very thick. It takes some time to get that up to temperature. And this morning, it's supposed to be 55 degrees here and sunshine. Instead, it's overcast and maybe 40 degrees.
500 laps on a half-mile racetrack. $1.37 million up for grabs. Ford and Chevrolet on the front row. Rusty and Sterling side by side as the safety car begins to pull away. Crowds on their feet, 118,000, 43 cars come to life out of turn 4 as the green flag waves at Thunder Valley. Complete, and Rusty Wallace just that quickly pulls to about a 6-car length advantage over Sterling Marlin. There's the difference looking out the back of Rusty's Miller Lite Ford. And in the back of the pack, Martin stuck in heavy traffic.
Running right behind Ricky Rudd in car number 10.
Martin back in 23rd position. There's Ted Musgrave in 3rd spot.
Outside, Ernie Irvin is one of them way back in the pack. And the 4th car of Roger Gordon, now he got back in line. Mike Skinner is on the outside. There's Skinner in car number 31, running up on the outside.
And look at those cars dance around us. We're right along with Mike Skinner as he drives up on the outside or tries to go on the outside of Lake Speed. Meanwhile, that's the 37 car, Jeremy Mayfield, behind him. And finally, Skinner gets away to get in, but Ernie's still on the outside. Ed Berry in a 95 goes by. Here comes Benson.
I think Ernie was trying to make a pass there on the outside, but just couldn't quite do it. He thought back into the car break loose as he came off the turn.
That's Michael Waltrip, car number 21. He's being shown in 37th position. Folks, it is that tough to pass here at Bristol. One groove racetrack and maybe a groove and a half at best. There's the 43 car that was so good in happy hour yesterday. Bobby Hamilton's Pontiac took off like a rocket in that final 60 minutes.
Yes, very, very good car. We see him move up on the inside. Take a look on the inside of Mike Waltrip. Can't quite make it.
But Strickland, who started up in 7th position, is caught up on the outside.
Well, look at that run as Hamilton gets off the corner. Once again, can't quite make it. This time, Michael slips up a little bit. Hamilton takes a look, still cannot take that position away.
Meanwhile, back up front, Sterling Wallace. Hey, Rusty, don't forget the right. Rusty Wallace has pulled away a full straightaway in just 9 laps. That's how good Rusty Wallace's Miller Lite Ford is. And you heard some of the drivers in our NASCAR Today show back there. Dale Jarrett one of them said, hey, it's however fast Rusty wants to run, it's what the pace is going to be today. They knew that Rusty would be tough.
He was awfully good from the time they unloaded his car here on Friday morning and hasn't let up a bit. And he likes that out there running by himself. He's not too far from lapping the first cars up there. Daryl Waltrip, his car is currently running in 43rd position.
Our Radio Shack Field summary shows you where your favorite driver is running. In parentheses, it shows you where they started. Dale Jarrett started 6th. They're still 6th. Let's go out and gain the spot.
And here's trouble up in turn 3, turn 4. Bobby Hamilton gets tagged from behind trying to slow down.
Just a wall, caution out.
That's John Andretti.
Middle lane's clear. Watch the 98, you'll be all right.
Car number 9 involved with Lake Speed. John Andretti still headed in the wrong direction in the RCA Ford. He was one of the 2 cars initially involved, and as you said, Ned, Bobby Hamilton sort of got tagged from behind, just trying to slow down. Here's what happened.
Going in the corner, there we see the 98 car goes in the corner. Robbie Gordon gets in the left rear. Around he goes. Earnhardt luckily gets by with Lake Speed, no place to go. Makes contact with the wall, and John Andretti at the same time.
All right, from the in-car camera of Robbie Gordon, Ned, here's what he saw.
He's running right behind Joe Nemechek, and there he runs up and tries to get on the inside of John Andretti, flips his left rear quarter panel and sends him on around. Bobby Gordon continues to go on.
Under caution for the first time at Bristol Motor Speedway today. First of what will probably be many. Rusty Wallace, our leader. We'll be right back.
Engine builders are a different breed. A racing engine is a masterpiece. Anyone that has a Robert Yates engine under the hood, man, they feel like they're one up on anybody. Nothing more satisfying than having the engine do its job. He's the innovator, no question. He can make them fast and make them last.
Andretti and Yates rely on the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy right off the shelf. And also try Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze.
He's a real beauty, Robert.
Got a driver, Mario.
IndyCar racing, where the thoroughbreds of motorsports go head-to-head in a battle of science and sweat, where high-tech meets high speed, and where all the horsepower in the world doesn't mean a thing if you can't get out of the pits. But while every race begins with a green flag, for Scott Pruitt and Patrick Racing, it starts with something else. The Duralast battery from AutoZone. Power you can depend on.
The Pontiac Firebird waits. 305 horsepower comes to life. Ram air induction turns air into fuel in a rush. Firebird, you're ready to fly.
Go where you wanna go. Find the road you've never taken.
This is the tire that changed driving forever. The all-season Goodyear AquaTread with the advanced deep groove aqua channel that sweeps water away for serious traction in the wet, especially in braking. Goodyear AquaTread.
Serious freedom. Goodyear, Goodyear.
Our Speed World coverage of the 37th running of the NASCAR Winston Cup Food City 500 from Thunder Valley here in Bristol Motor Speedway is being brought to you by Texaco, Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car. Take it to the star. By the more than 1,525 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by the legendary Firebird Trans Am from Pontiac. High above this Thunder Valley, 118,000 people. And the True Value man of the race is the winner of last week's Interstate Batteries 500. There he is, Jeff Burton. True Value, on behalf of Jeff, is donating $1,000 to his favorite charity, which is the South Boston Jaycees. The Jaycees are involved in so many organizations, including the Halifax County Dixie Youth Baseball League and the Patrick Henry Boys Plantation. Congratulations to Jeff Burton, our True Value man of the race. Let's go down the race.
Well, Dr. Punch, Lake Speed continues to sit here on the pit road. He just cannot catch a break in Winston Cup racing this year. It appears the right front A-frame is broken on the Melling Ford.
Tough break for Lake Speed. Restart on lap 19 for 5 laps under the yellow. We'll see if possibly Sterling Marlin can keep Rush from getting away this time.
Between the 4-car and the 16. Sterling Marlin trying to keep up with Rusty Wallace. That pace he's sitting, gets in the corner a little bit too hard, moves up the racetrack. Musgrave almost took the spot away. There was some contact.
Now change back for the 4th position. Jeff Gordon is gone by Kenny Wallace. Made the move up in turn 3 to take the spot away. Gordon now 4th, Wallace 5th, and that's Dale Jarrett 6th with Jeff Bodine right behind him. Ted Musgrave once again trying to make a move beneath Sterling Marlin. Musgrave knows that Rusty's getting away, but Marlin's doing everything he can to keep that car on the bottom of the racetrack. Again, he cannot make a move.
He has been working on Rita since the drop of the green flag, not only this drop of the green flag, but even before when we first started this race. So we just can't get around it.
I finally see something that's going to slow Rusty Wallace down. It's traffic, and it's right in front of him.
They have caught the tail end of the field, Rusty has. You can see the lead that he has over the 4-car, but there's the traffic, the 98 car. John Andretti will be the first one that's involved in that spin a little bit ago.
There's John Andretti right in front of Rusty Wallace's car from the camera looking out the front of him. He closes behind Andretti, and a little bit of smoke out of Andretti's car. That's the Miller Lite in-car camera. Rusty Wallace. Side-by-side battle. Robert Presley zips to the inside of Hut Strickland, will take the spot away.
And while that was going on, Jeff Gordon zipped on the inside of Ted Musgrave and took over third.
Racing all around this half-mile facility. It happens in a hurry. Mark Martin makes a move inside the McDonald's store to Phil Elliott. They are side-by-side off turn 2.
Chad Little watches all that and says, I want to follow Mark. But Phil Elliott is able to block that move.
Well, Ted Musgrave's car has, as we watch this action back here, Musgrave's car, he's lost several positions. Looked good there for a moment, and then all of a sudden he's not so good.
Here's the battle for second spot as Jeff Gordon now moves to within a half a car length of Sterling Marlin. There's Rusty Wallace. He's already gone off of turn 4. Here's the second and third place cars, a pair of Chevy Monte Carlos. We are told Ted Musgrave reporting that his car is very loose, so that would explain it why he's dropping back and losing some spots.
Gary Crichton, he's got the car back down on the inside after losing back to 5th position. He was fighting for second not too long ago.
And one problem, one reason for that, yesterday afternoon in that practice, the happy hour practice, all the cars were very, very tight. All the drivers, all the crewmen this morning loosened the cars up, trying to get them to turn. And we just knew that some of them would go too far.
Of course, they were taking into consideration the cooler temperature here today. They figured that'd tighten the track up even more. So, yeah, some of them probably went overboard.
Take a look at Rusty Wallace's speed with a clear racetrack, 116 miles an hour, almost 7/10 of a mile an hour faster. And now with traffic, you see that he's back down to one of the other for the 24 car. That's Jeff Gordon. Now you know why he's coming in a hurry. Look at his speed last time by.
Kyle Pegg in the 44 car right in the middle of the screen. A lot of folks down in the drive here talking about how fast that Pontiac was. And the battle still raging for the second spot.
Jeff Gordon having won the last two Food City 500s in a row back in 95, 96. There's Rusty Wallace, only the second race in 1997 when he has led. The other one, well, he won it at Richmond, Virginia.
That's Gary Bradbury. As we see him from the Miller Lite onboard camera.
That's the Miller Lite in-car. We're watching as he makes a move underneath Bradbury. Can't quite make the move.
Camera almost had a real shot there as Rusty's trying to get by Bradbury. Obviously, Bradbury would like to stay there. Caution flag comes out. He gets to make up almost a full half mile.
Now watch that car dance around there in front of Rusty Wallace's Miller Lite in-car camera, just bobbing and weaving and dancing.
And while that's going on, Jerry, the 4 car, Sterling Marlin, and 24, Jeff Gordon, are catching him.
Oh, Bradbury almost spun as he came off the corner. And finally, you see Gordon on the inside of the 4 car at the same time. Rusty Wallace gets by Bradbury.
Now Rusty made a pass, Jeff made a pass, and now we'll see the 24 car can reel in Rusty's car number 2. Our Radio Shack field summary showing you where your favorite drivers are running. There's the 81 car of Kenny Wallace.
Place car.
16 and 88 cars, the Flying Star Family Channel Ford of Musgrave, who reported a loose condition. He's right in front of Dale Jarrett. If you're wondering why Dale hasn't passed him, I would expect that Dale, being the point leader, is going to be a little careful.
Well, he's going to be careful, but I think his car's loose also, Jerry. I've been watching he and Musgrave, they're running together, and both of them seem to be pretty loose. Ted might be a little bit looser than Dale, but both not exactly like they like to be right now.
There's Dale Earnhardt making a move, Benny, by the Joe Nemechek car.
Puts him in 23rd. Started 29th, so he's gained 6 spots. All he wants to do right now is stay in front of Rusty Wallace, or the leader, whoever that may be. That's his job. Stay in front of the leader. Ricky Rudd, Dick Strickland. That's about for 20th, 21st, 22nd. And Mark Martin goes by Spencer.
Well, how about the move he has made? He started in 23rd position. Take a look at our serial scoring by MCI on Mark Martin. Back on lap 19, he was up to 21st, but take a look since then. 42 laps, he is 14th from 23rd starting spot. And folks, that's not easy to do on a tight half mile like Bristol, Tennessee.
Now let's go back to the leader, and you'll find that Jeff Gordon, while Rusty Wallace is trying to get by the traffic, has closed up. He's right on the back bumper, and Morgan Shepherd in front of Rusty Wallace.
Morgan got very loose there coming off of turn 2. Rusty's going to get a run on going into turn 3, but can't quite make the pass in. Now Morgan goes high and allows Rusty to go by.
That'll mean only 35 cars are now on the lead lap as...
Oh, here, Ricky Rudd has spun. No caution yet. He's down off the racetrack. Let's see, is he going? He's trying to get moving. Well,
sheet metal damage on the left front and left rear of the tied Ford.
Caution is out.
And now Doyle Ford does wave the yellow flag for the second time today. Let's see what happened to Ricky Rudd.
On the inside of Chad Little. Chad Little in the green number 97. Rudd in the orange Dayglow number 10. And the back end just gets loose on him down there. And around he goes. Fortunately, Benny spins down the inside. Doesn't look like he hits anything.
I don't think he did hit anything. He sit there hoping that NASCAR would throw the caution. Oh, we see the left front tire block. Just as he stopped, the left front tire blew. So that's why he sat there, Ned. He wanted to get in the pits and change those tires under the caution flag.
And he did clip the left side of the wall with the left front and the left rear as he was coming to a halt there. So he has some sheet metal damage on the left front and the left rear as the car was sliding. But it could have been a whole lot worse for Ricky Rudd.
Pit stops already, guys. Here they come down pit road. They want to make some adjustments on those cars, those that are not handling too well.
35 miles an hour, no faster or you'll get a penalty. Let's go down to John Kernan.
Jerry Labonte, who has moved up into the top 10, comes in, gets a drink of water. A four-tire change is what we anticipated. Tire rolls away, one of the NASCAR officials. The right side's already on. Now they're coming around the left side. Let's go to Rusty Wallace and Bill Weber.
No chassis adjustments for Rusty. 4 tires in Unical fuel. Same first golf bar for Sterling Marlin. Directly behind them is Ted Musgrave. Right now, Jimmy Spencer picks everybody out. Then it's Rusty.
Jeff Gordon and Dale Jarrett trying to lead the pits. It's very, very tight down there. You want to get out in a hurry.
Jeff Gordon had to back up to get out of his pit. Touched Strickland, or the 81 car of Kenny Wallace, pitted right in front of him. They were having some problems, and Jeff had to back up to get out of his pit, so that cost him some extra time.
Well, working caution for the second time today. Now the cars that have been lapped, you see those cars peel off down pit road. They cannot pit the first time by, only the lead lap cars. Under caution at Bristol Motor Speedway. Back with more short track action after this.
The 58, pick up!
I'll take this anytime you're ready, fellas.
I got this, guys.
Oh, I got it. I got a NASCAR MasterCard right here.
Nah, guys, I'll get this. I got my own NASCAR MasterCard.
Well, mine's better.
Well, how you figure that?
Well, obviously, my picture's on it.
Well, I got my picture on mine, too.
Well, I'm better looking. No,
wait a minute.
Come on, guys.
Join NASCAR's greatest drivers and carry your own official NASCAR MasterCard. To apply, call 1-800-49-NASCAR and choose from NASCAR's hottest drivers. You'll get a low introductory APR, no annual fee, and plenty of benefits to put you in the lead.
What'll it be, fellas? I don't have all day.
All right, we'll flip for it. Heads I pay, tails you pay. All right, but we use my card to flip.
What's the difference?
It's prettier.
Oh, my gosh.
I've heard it all now.
He's got a point.
To apply for your NASCAR MasterCard today, call 1-800-49-NASCAR.
I'll do this.
Excuse me. If they ever finish arguing, tell them this meal's on the team.
The official NASCAR MasterCard. Apply today.
The critics agreed that ESPN's Outside the Line special on Jackie Robinson was a home run. If you missed this extraordinary program the first time, you can see it this Monday at 7:30. Breaking the Line, Jackie Robinson's legacy, only on ESPN.
Tennis's elite women's players are in Amelia Island, Florida for the 1997 Bosch and Lomb Championships. Coverage concludes with the finals today at 5, only on ESPN.
In America, there exists a sport that is driven by the fans. They are why everyone works so hard, on the teams and at the tracks, in front of the grandstands and behind the scenes, to give the fans the greatest race possible. NASCAR fans deserve the best, starting from the high banks of Daytona, all the way to the shores of California, and at every race in between. NASCAR fans, you're the reason for our success. Thanks.
Back at Bristol Motor Speedway, I want to remind you, Shop Talk coming up next. Team Hendrick, the last two Winston Cup champions, Gordon and Labonte, has Shop Talk coming up at the conclusion of the Food City 500. Restart lap 54, the caution lasting 5 laps.
Jimmy Spencer is out front. He's on 2 tires. Rusty Wallace is second. Spencer goes a little high coming off the turn. Joe Nemechek came out in 3rd place. Dale Jarrett in 4th. And Sterling Wall in 5th.
That's right, Ned. Spencer did change right side tires. And meanwhile, right about at the 3rd spot is Dale Jarrett gets by Nemechek, takes over 3rd.
Whoa, trouble out of turn 2. Jack Sprague has spun the Budweiser Chevrolet.
And the caution flag is waved.
That's the 3rd time today. Caution is out. Sprague is looping around, got it down out of the groove. No other contact, it appears. The car will come down pit road, but Doyle Ford will wave the yellow flag once again. Sprague once again subbing for Ricky Craven. They change the right side car. Let's see if we can see what happened to Sprague.
He goes in the corner and he gets in too high. As the car goes under him in turn 1, he gets in too high, gets up in the loose stuff, and around he goes. And he lost a lap sitting there as he's trying to get his car going. He lost a lap, and then he went to the pits to change the 4 tires and lost another lap. Let's watch as he goes down the front straightaway. In turn 1, a car on the inside. So he goes up. Oh, some contact between him and the 40 car.
So that's the reason he went around, and there is Sprague sitting inside the car, the Budweiser in-car camera, and he is being held on pit road. And meanwhile, let's check in the pits and find out about Ricky Rudd with Ray Dunlap, right?
Well, guys, this last caution for Jack Sprague is really kind of a benefit for Ricky Rudd. Even though he's behind the wall here, they've lost 3 or 4 laps already. The big problem is they're not able to put any fuel in the race car. You see they're working back there on the fuel filler. They're worried that if they were to go back out, they might run out of gas. So they've got to correct that problem before they go out.
And the report into the 42 car, the Bell South Chevy of Joe Nemechek may have a right rear tire going down. We'll check on that. There's the right rear tire. And take a look at the attendance over the years. If you look at that car, 1961, the very first race here, the Southeastern 500, 25,000 folks were here. Over the years, it has gotten bigger and bigger, but what a jump since 1996, 118,000 here today. Back with more after this.
The Pontiac Firebird waits. 305 horsepower comes to life. Ram air induction turns air into fuel in a rush. Firebird, you're ready to fly.
At AutoZone, most of our customers are folks who like to work on their cars themselves. But the ones who come in most often are those who work on cars for a living. Guys like Ed Graven. Now, Ed's garage is in Ogden, Utah, where most of the time you'll find him pulling an engine or sliding under a car. And just about every day, he drives past a half-dozen other parts stores on his way to AutoZone. Because Ed knows that when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
What's that? Incredible. What? Impossible. What? RCA digital satellite dishes. What? Billions of them. Where are they coming from? That one. Radio Shack.
Radio Shack is America's #1 retailer of RCA digital satellite TV. Surprised? Don't be. Who knows satellite TV like the people at Radio Shack?
Hey, what's that?
I don't know, but I'm not putting one on my roof. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. Buy RCA DSS now and get $200 cash back from DirecTV.
Green flag racing action, Bristol, Tennessee. Glad to have you with us. Rusty Wallace trying to put a move on our leader, Jimmy Spencer, but it doesn't pay off. First time Spencer has led in Winston Cup here in 1997.
He takes a look from our onboard camera along in Rusty Wallace's front bumper. Took a look, could not quite do it.
Yellow light in car trying to sneak up on that Camel.
And folks, here we go. There's a Rusty Wallace alongside Spencer.
Down that inside, couldn't get the traction he needed. Then you off of turn 2. Now Spencer goes high again. Apparently those 2 tires that he took on is not letting him keep the car down on the inside. That's Jimmy Spencer we're talking about. Just changed 2 tires during the caution, and his car drifting up a little bit.
And take a look behind Rusty Wallace. He's got a mirror full of Dale Jarrett's car, number 88.
It's somewhere about, there he is. This is the camera underneath the 2 car, the Miller Light Ford.
There's 3 cars, nose to tail. Rusty looks to the inside, but Spencer doing a whale of a job with 2 tires, and now he slips up with an opening, but Rusty can't quite take advantage.
I think that's Spencer's groove. I don't think he's slipping up there. I think he's letting the car go up there.
Could be. He likes to sort of dime in the corners. We've seen him run here in the past, and has always run well on this racetrack. And could be. He gets a good run coming off the turn during this race.
Back in his modified days, he earned the nickname Mr. Excitement. Trouble. We got some excitement in 3. Exactly. Gary Bradbury spins the car, number 19.
Some heavy damage to that automobile.
Bobby Hamilton's going to try to get his left back. He hasn't taken the caution. Here they come, back to the flag. Jimmy Spencer's going to try to keep him left down, and he'll do it.
Boy, tough break for Bobby Hamilton, who had a great race car yesterday and lost a lap on that first caution when he got tagged from behind. 4th caution flag today here on lap 70. We've had 4 flags. We're not even to 100 laps yet. That's how exciting. That's how quickly it happens here on the high bench at Bristol. Take a look.
You see him coming off the corner. That's Kenny Wallace, the 18. Some contact in the left rear. Around goes Bradbury. He's going to come down. He nails the gas, trying to keep off the wall, but you can see he did not succeed. It's knocked the right rear quarter panel in on the right rear tire. At least it didn't destroy the deck lid.
Now behind that, look what happened to Mark Martin.
Jumped right into Jeff Burton there as they slowed down for that trouble up in front of them.
And you can see the hood banged up on his car, and that just might destroy the air going into the radiator or the brake ducts as well.
Bradbury's in, and let's check in with Ray Dunlap.
Well, Doc, they're working on the right rear of the race car, but it doesn't seem to be in a very big hurry. I think they may end up taking this car back behind the wall. The crew is, they're looking it over, but it's not nearly as thrashed like we would think. Yeah, they're going to go behind the wall.
Well, he hit a ton back there, coming right across into the wall. And there is Mark Martin's front end, what's left of the front end of the Valvoline Ford Thunderbird. Under caution for the 4th time today in front of a full house at Bristol.
Every Splitfire is born to do battle and win.
I've got 3 vehicles that I've got it in.
Motorcycles are performance. Splitfire spark plugs are performance. Really delivered the power that I was looking for.
Super. It's just great.
Definitely just a lot better plug.
All the difference in the world.
You put the plugs in. If it doesn't meet your expectations, you get your money back.
During our 40 million Splitfire celebration, you'll get guaranteed Splitfire performance, and you'll save $1 on every plug. Hurry, it's a limited time only event.
Go where you wanna go. Find the road you've never taken.
This is the tire that changed driving forever. The all-season Goodyear AquaTread with the advanced deep groove aqua channel that sweeps water away for serious traction in the wet, especially in braking. Goodyear AquaTread.
Serious freedom. Goodyear, Goodyear.
In racing, the engine is everything.
What?
It's the driver. A driver will never see a finish line without a great engine.
The greatest engine will never see a victory lap without a great driver.
At least they agree on Haviland Formula 3 motor oil, the same oil you can buy right off the shelf. And also try Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze.
The engine's the first thing with the finish line.
Not in Indy cars.
In
Introducing the 1997 Miller Lite stock car. Sure beats other sedans. The new Miller Lite Indy car. No radio, no heat, but hey, look at that handling. And if it's acceleration you're after, take a look at the Miller Lite Top Fuel Dragster. It leaves everything else at the light. Every Miller Lite car comes with our 16-second roadside assistance plan. We say, shoot, shop, and compare.
Back at Bristol, Tennessee, Bristol Motor Speedway. Now you can really drive on the Information Superhighway with NASCAR online at www.nascar.com. NASCAR Online provides fans with the most recent and complete information about NASCAR. Features including information on all 12 of NASCAR's racing divisions. That's NASCAR Online, www.nascar.com.
Okay, the signal now being given. One more lap. We'll be back to green flag racing. Jimmy Spencer still leads.
And Hamilton's going to try this one more time. Did not get an exceptionally good start the last time on the restart. Fell back to well behind Rusty Wallace, and then the 88 car was able to get by. Martin, we saw him bang up the front of that car. Ray Dunlap, what kind of damage does he have?
Well, Benny, down here in the pits, they're saying it's not going to be a problem. Evidently, he made some contact with one of the Burton brothers out there when Gary Bradbury spun down the back straightaway. But they say it's not going to affect the cooling of the race car.
And we might mention the car number 40, the Coors Light car of Robbie Gordon, will go to the end of the longest line, or he'll be actually was speeding on pit road, had to come in and go back. He's been back on pit road since then, pulls back in line on the inside with the cars a lap down on. Green flag waves again. Jimmy Spencer, Mr. Excitement, pulls away on lap 76 after 6 laps of caution for the 4th time today.
Contact that time between Hamilton and Rusty Wallace down in the corner.
Mention that Ricky Rudd is back out there. He is 18 laps down in the tie four.
Dale Jarrett, a little nudge, a little bump, typical Bristol. Hamilton trying to hang on his course, just gets by. Hamilton brings the inside. Can everyone miss him? He keeps the car down out of the racing room, down on the asphalt, off the concrete, and somehow the field got by. How did Jeff Gordon miss him?
I don't know. How did Hamilton not hit the wall? That's the question I'm asking. And once again, the caution flag waves. 5th caution, lap 79. I think we're on a record pace. I may not be right, but I think we're on a record pace. Here we are. Once again, we see the contact. It starts up in the corner. Hamilton goes up the racetrack to move out of Dale Jarrett's way. He gets a little bit too high when he nails the gas. Around he goes. He might have brushed the wall just a little bit, and they're going fast enough that the air flaps come up in the roof. And look at all these cars stay on the racetrack and miss Hamilton.
Different angle again from our copter cam. Hamilton spins. Gordon goes, he wasn't as close as it looked like from up here right in front of us. He had about 2.5 feet. Here comes Ed Barrier by. And Hamilton keeps the car down off the asphalt. One more angle.
A little bit of contact right there, and that gets Hamilton to wiggling, and he tried to steered the car out towards the wall, and Benny said he got a little bit high there, mashed the gas, and around she came.
Well, that may answer the question about whether our Winston Cup point leader will be aggressive today on the short track. Dale Jarrett said he wanted to get that first short track win. There's the roof flap still stuck up on the STP Pontiac. Well, we have a handful of cautions now. Count them, 5, and we haven't even run 80 laps yet at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's going to get even better when we come back.
When it comes to building a comfortable home, you certainly have your options. But making your home feel as good as it looks requires an essential. Ask for Tyvek Home Wrap from DuPont. It helps keep weather out, comfort in. And that's basic to better building.
You say you like NASCAR? Well, strap into your seat. Check your instrument panel. and punch the accelerator. Welcome to NASCAR Online, NASCAR's official site on the World Wide Web, where you can ride shotgun all the way to the checkered flag, get up-to-the-minute news, track reports, and driver info. You even have access to the same stuff as Winston Cup officials. NASCAR Online, any more in-depth than your computer would need lug nuts. NASCAR Online, start it up.
Hey, Jean. Hey, Claude. Ooh, we got ourselves a bit of malfeasance, eh? Yeah. How many, you figure? I count 10. No Montreal, though. Thank God for that. Yeah. Boston Bruins, even. No way. Yeah. It's gonna be a cold one. Yeah.
Beautiful shot of the Blue Ridge Mountains of eastern Tennessee, just adjacent to Bristol Motor Speedway. This gorgeous shot from high above, courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil and our Pennzoil Copter Cam. Boy, what a racetrack. The Rose Bowl of racetracks, 118,000 people crammed in here on a Sunday afternoon. Well, how about Sunday night baseball tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern time? The Astros and the Cardinals coming your way from Busch Stadium. Yeah, St. Louis, Missouri. 6 times these two teams have met this year. Houston has won 5. It's the Sunday night baseball game of the week tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time on ESPN.
We're about to go green here, but the 99 cars that came around to get the one lap segment go just dived off on the pit road. Here comes the field. He's going to stay in the lead lap. It looked like he didn't have brakes when he came in. Let's go to the pits and John Turner.
Well, the car basically just died. He rolled, posted in on pit road. They put the hood up, and I haven't had a chance to check exactly what happened, but they got the car refired. I'll try and find out exactly what they had to do to fix it and get back with you.
Boy, he's almost a lap down. Jimmy Spencer is coming right up on his bumper as they go into turn 1 here. He'll have to fight hard to stay in the lead lap. Last week's winner.
And also our winner yesterday in the Busch Series race here at Bristol, Tennessee. The word is from John Kernan it may have been the ignition box.
And about to lead, Rusty Wallace goes by, takes it over from Jimmy Spencer.
And that'll certainly cut down the chances of Jeff Burton staying in the lead lap.
Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, Rusty Wallace honestly faster than Jimmy Spencer, and they coughed it over. And I think basically that wasn't a matter of whether or not Rusty was going by. It said, I am going by, Jimmy, so you better move over. Spencer let him get by cleanly, then go back in behind him. But now the 88 coming, and he's got 4 fresher tires than Jimmy has too, so look out. Now the 99 off the lead lap.
Just that quickly, Rusty Wallace dives beneath Jeff Burton, puts him a lap down, and now Jimmy Spencer we're going to work on last week's winner.
And boy, while they battle there, Rusty's able to open up a little bit of a lead once again.
Jeff Gordon pulling right to the inside of Dale Jarrett. That is a battle for position. That would be 3rd spot. Jarrett is 3rd. Gordon is 4th. Joe Nemechek back in 5th position. Great run for Nemechek.
Spencer continues to go up, drift up in the middle of the racetrack. Let's see a Radio Shack field summary. Spencer goes up the racetrack. Jarrett tries to turn under him, but as he accelerates off the corner, not able to get alongside Jimmy Spencer. He might have him this time, though.
It's hard to get traction when you have to cut that corner so short coming off the turns. Now Spencer goes high again. Can't get that traction they need. Spencer gets that run coming off the turn. I think that's a groove that we'll see used a lot later on in this race.
And once again, Spencer running that top groove.
Wow, he really went high that time.
Yeah, way too high, yes.
High enough for Dale Jarrett and Jeff Gordon.
Well, that'll cost him a couple of spots. And one of the cars was running up front early. The car number 16, Ted Musgrave, has now slid back. He is behind his teammate, Mark Martin. There they are, the 6th and the 16.
Put Martin in the 15th spot, Musgrave in 16th. As Earnhardt tries to catch up with Kenny Wallace, they go by John Andretti. See Andretti missing part of his left front fender.
And Earnhardt in front of him, the Pyro Valvoline in-car camera for Mark Martin. That is 14.
Oh, it's 10, but I'm 6. Backstretch make that.
Robbie Gordon.
And we see his left front tire blow just as he comes to a stop. Now Jeff Burton's going to try to get his left back from Rusty as they come off the turn 4.
Rusty slows. Burton's wide open, but they just didn't have enough time. About a car length and a half, and Burton will stay a lap down. Well, Robbie Gordon tamed Atlanta in a hurry, putting that car on the pole, but this short track has been a little tougher. And he's been on and off pit road a number of times, working on the right part of that car. They came in, lost another lap a moment ago. They had the car jacked up, and Tony Glover was beneath the car after I had that little contact with a 25 car.
Jack Sprague, that was back earlier, one of the cautions that we saw.
Caution for the 6th time today, an even half dozen here at Bristol Motor Speedway, and we're still 4 laps shy of 100.
The Pontiac Firebird waits. 305 horsepower comes to life. Ram air induction turns air into fuel in a rush. Firebird, you're ready to fly.
Rough roads, sharp curves. To keep a firm grip on roads like this depends upon your shock absorbers. Look, with a worn-out shock absorber, the wheel leaves the road. But with a new Monroe Sensitrack shock absorber, your tire holds the road. With Monroe Sensitrack, even the most demanding road feels safer. Monroe Sensitrack, making the road a safer place. Have your shocks checked every 12,000 miles just to be safe.
He's big, fast. You wouldn't go wrong in picking him number 1.
I would describe a pancake as something that you eat. I think the draft is something special because you don't get drafted every day. His ability to run with the ball, and that's why they call him Jake the Snake.
Regardless of what happens, it's a big time in my life. I might even cry. I might jump in the pool and swim 10 laps.
Right now, I'm worried about Orlando Pace and where Orlando Pace is going to end up at.
The NFL Draft complete coverage, Saturday at noon, only on ESPN.
Back at Bristol, Tennessee, under the 6th caution flag today, our Radio Shack field summary shows Rusty Wallace as our leader. Take a look at some of the runs some of the drivers have made. Joe Nemechek from 24th to 8th. Ernie Irvin from 38th to 12th. There's 16 through 30 where your favorite drivers are running, and back 31 through 43. And John Kernan is caught up with Robbie Gordon.
Robbie Gordon has brought his car behind the wall crew doing the work on it. Robbie, what finally brought you behind the wall here?
I don't know. I got real loose coming off of turn 2, and I don't know if somebody got into me or if I just got loose myself. But, you know, we struggled. We made a bad pit call early in the race and put us down the back, and then I got hooked up with a Budweiser car. I guess he didn't see me along inside to get the tow rod, so I was kind of chasing the thing down the straightaway a bit anyways.
Now, your first visit here to Bristol, what do you think of the high banks here?
I really enjoyed racing here. I mean, I had a lot of fun. You know, I wish we would have been more competitive. I think, you know, we wouldn't have made that call and got a lap down. We would have been competitive all day.
All right, that's Robbie Gordon. He's behind the wall. Let's go over to Bill Weber.
Well, Ted Musgrave is still out on the track as we'll get the 1 to go next time by. But fans, here's how valuable track position is. Ted Musgrave is very, very loose. They want to put half a rubber in the left rear. But they can't give up the track position even under caution because there is so much traffic out there. So Ted is falling back in the field. His car is loose, but they can't give up their spot on the track to make the car any better. They've got to wait for a full field pit stop. Ray Dunlap.
Well, Bill, the big question back here on the backstretch right now is, can the crew communicate with Michael Waltrip? They've been talking it over in there. They can't hear him, and they're not sure if he can hear them. So a radio communication problem right now, and whenever they get ready to pit, that could be big trouble.
Indeed, that could be a problem for Michael Waltrip. They made an engine change late yesterday. We showed you some tough racetracks at the beginning of the show. This one is one of, if not the toughest. Take a look today. 30 caution laps in just 101 runs. My heavens, 30% of this race thus far has been under the yellow flag. 6 caution flag today. As the safety car pulls away, Rusty Wallace moves them out of turn 4.
And Rusty gets a good jump ahead of Jeff Burton.
Jeff Burton, the 99 car, last week's winner. He is a lap down. Jeff Gordon behind him in 3rd position.
Spencer still 4th. Kyle Petty now up to 5th.
And the 31 car, Mike Skinner, has just hit the wall up in 3 and 4 and was able to keep the car going. What we see him now, we're right along with Skinner as he tries to keep going, but he's very, very slow.
That was a low 10 car camera for Mike Skinner. Now his car is slow. He's the damage on the right rear as Bill Elliott goes by. Elliott had made a pit stop during that last caution flag. He's been on and off pit road. Now he makes the pass. Here's Robert Presley's Cartoon Network Chevy. There's the damage.
You see that our camera is inside that rear bumper. Let's see if we can see what happened as he goes in the corner. By the car behind him. I couldn't tell.
Battle for 2nd position. Jarrett. I tell you what, Jeff Gordon has a good race car. We're talking about Rusty, how well he's running. Every time Gordon gets caught back in traffic, he moves back in a hurry.
Well, they came out of the pits when they made the pit stop. He was in 6th position, so he's worked his way up now to the 3rd position, and he does have a fast race car. They have fast cars. And keep a pace with Rusty Wallace. Yellow flag is out. Debris on the racetrack.
I guess that's Skinner. Oh, and Terry Labonte almost ran over it. All these cars trying to dodge the debris. Wow. That's the rear bumper cover on the 31 car.
They had just put the black flag out and were going to put the black flag out for Mike Skinner next time by, but this is coming off turn 2.
We see the cover flapping in the breeze, and finally the breeze can't take it anymore. The bumper cover can't take it anymore. Flies off as lake speed goes by. I wonder if our camera was in that cover.
That's what I was going to ask right there. I wonder if we just lost our Lowe's camera looking out the back of Mike Skinner. That's got to be the least of his worries, though. 7th caution flag of the day. And as you heard the guys in the pit say a little bit ago, track position is so important. Unless the leader comes in and everyone else decides to, you're going to stay out there and just, as the crew chiefs tell you, when you say you're having trouble, deal with it. Mike Skinner in the back pits. He was the reason for the caution flag. And Ray Dunlap is there.
Well, Doc, he was the pole setter at Daytona, and he's been the highest finishing rookie in 5 of the 6 races. The NASCAR official had just come over and said, look, you guys are going to have to pit back here so that fascia doesn't fall off, and it did.
What a break he got. And the fact that it came off, the caution flag came out, he's able to go in the pits.
And he stays on the lead lap. He is running in the 31st position in the car number 31. 31 cars on the lead lap now.
And you can see by watching all the replays when we've had these cars back in the pits just how tight the groove is here. And
all right, working the 7th caution flag today. We'll take a break and come back with more exciting short track action from the high banks at Bristol, Tennessee. Stay with us.
It happens every year in some of the most remote stretches of land in Mexico. And in the world of off-road racing, it's truly the whole enchilada, the legendary Baja 1000. A mountain of dust for those who can stand to eat it, and the end of the line for those who can't. That's why more drivers who challenge the Baja rely on the Duralast battery than any other. The same Duralast you can rely on in your car, because it's the one we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
You think about your car a lot. You have grease under your fingernails. You can name all the pro drivers and the cars they drive. You have all the car stuff a guy could want, and you know where to go if you don't. True Value, official hardware store of NASCAR, IROC, and garages everywhere. So hey, get this 18-piece tie-down cord set for only $6.97, or Castrol Super Clean Cleaner Degreaser for just $2.77.
Engine builders are a different breed. A racing engine is a masterpiece. Anyone that has a Robert Yates engine under the hood, man, they feel like they're one up on anybody. Nothing more satisfying than having the engine do its job. He's the innovator, no question. He can make them fast and make them last.
Andretti and Yates rely on the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy right off the shelf. And also try Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze.
He's a real beauty, Robert.
Got a driver, Mario.
Back high atop Bristol Motor Speedway in Bristol, Tennessee. These beautiful aerial shots of this Speed Palace, courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil and our Pennzoil Copter Camp. Well, what a gorgeous facility on somewhat of an overcast day. Rained off and on through the nights. The clouds moved away, and now the crowd of 118,000 have jammed in here for exciting short track action.
And you see down in turn one, the two buildings there, those buildings are going away, and all this. There you see the buildings I'm talking about in turn one, that they're going away, and all this seating will go completely. Those are the two I'm talking about there. They're going away, and all this will continue around, all the way around the racetrack, sweeps all the way down the front stretch. And I think we're even going to get an elevator, getting up to our booth, because Ned and I are getting up at elderly age, and we're having trouble making it up here.
That'd be nice. Well, they mentioned food was up here a little bit ago, and you made it in a hurry, BP, so I don't think you're getting too old. Yeah, more suites and more seats. If we come back here in August, they said they could be 130,000 seats here, folks. That's going to be remarkable. There's our booth. Wave to them, BP. Hi, folks. There we are.
You see those steps? There's no elevator. You got to walk up, and as I said, I'm getting to the age that elevators are really, really nice.
There's that great crowd on hand, and when we come back in August, that'll be all different. More seats up there. She said suites coming around, and they're doing something with the garage area. We'll tell you a little later on what their thoughts are about changing the infield, which I think will be fascinating for the competitors and the fans alike. Great crowd on hand as we work caution number 7 at Bristol. Back with more in a moment.
Here they come again. Yep. Sure a lot of them. Yep. You know where they're going? Yep.
More people buy IBM Aptivas at Radio Shack than any place else in America. Surprised? Don't be. Radio Shack's the place people trust for simple, clear answers to their computer questions.
You ever get the urge to surf the net? Nope. You're a lot of fun.
Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mel King.
I'm Bobby Haynes. And I'm Richard Johnson.
And we each own a McDonald's.
And we know that people come in all sizes. That's why you can get my size meals at breakfast. Just buy any drink, any coffee,
any orange juice, any soft drink,
any drink, any size, and hash browns.
And get 1 of 4 breakfast sandwiches like sausage biscuits with eggs for just 55 cents.
55 salutes the year it all began.
For my size meal, come to my McDonald's.
No, my McDonald's. No, my McDonald's. Come to any McDonald's any day.
In Normal, Illinois, Gene Goebel is popular with folks who need their car fixed. He does good work, and he doesn't charge an arm and a leg. Because when he needs auto parts, Gene buys a lot of them at AutoZone. You see, the prices are low every day at AutoZone. So a lot of good mechanics like Gene just pass the savings on to their customers. Plus, they can still get the best quality parts. Sure, they know how to do the work right, but they also know how to save money doing it at AutoZone.
285 horsepower. 2 airbags. custom tops. The Pontiac Firebird T-Top and Firebird Convertible. Too cool.
Back to green flag racing, lap 119. That caution for 8 laps, and Rusty Wallace, right where he's been for most of the afternoon, pulling away from the rest of the field.
Well, I tell you what, Rusty Wallace is just able to stay right on that yellow line around the corners and accelerate off the corners. Walking through the garage here this morning, that's what everyone was talking about. The crew, the drivers, well, they were just admiring how well Rusty Wallace's car was getting around this racetrack. There's a battle for second place, Garrett and Gordon right now.
Certainly over the years, his record has proven how good he is on short tracks. And just proving again here today.
Now we see Kyle Petty, the 44 car. These are fifth place cars. He tries to close in on the back of Jimmy Spencer. Heard his name mentioned a couple times as a car that was really good, Kyle Petty.
Well, how about it? What about Kyle Petty, John Kernan?
Yeah, just talking to the crew, and they said that the car was running really well. They're really pleased. The adjustment they made on their first pit stop was an air pressure change because the car was a little bit tight. They wanted to loosen it up. So I asked Bobby Kennedy during that last caution. Now he's getting by Jimmy Spencer as we come down the front straightaway. And the sun is also coming out, so the temperature is warming up a little bit. But they said, you know, we really don't know if that adjustment did the right thing because we haven't got to run enough laps under green. But right now it's looking pretty good for him.
Guys, he had one top 10 in 1997. Talking about Kyle Petty, that was at Richmond. He finished 10th.
Battle for sixth spot between Sterling Morrow, the 4 car, the 7, of Jeff Bodine, and Steve Grissom back there in the 41 car.
Steve having a good run here today.
And Jeff Gordon on the inside of Jarrett, and he takes that spot away.
Now, this sun coming out, Denny, that may not make as much difference on the concrete here as it would if it were asphalt, but it'll make some difference.
It certainly will make some difference. Now, whose car is going to look at Gordon going high in the corners?
He's sort of using that Jimmy Spencer line, drifting up a little bit in the center of the corner.
Jeff Gordon trying to close in on Jeff Burton, the car 99. Last week's winner is a lap down. There's the guy they're chasing, Rusty Wallace. We've got a full straightaway separation between him and the second place car.
Still continues to lead that group. Bodine, Grissom, Levante, Terry Levante, and Bobby Hamilton, the 43 car, is in fact a lap down.
And here's some trouble up in turn 4. No caution.
Some heavy damage to the 25 car of Jack Sprague. The Budweiser car has heavy damage to the right front, and he's slow right in front of the leaders, and Jeff Gordon barely able to get by. Jeff Gordon is just basically stopped.
And Jeff Burton did take the 25 car just a little bit when he went by on the inside. Caution is out now.
Well, Jeff Burton was trying to be able to get back there and race Rusty Wallace back to get his lap back, but there's the damage, as Benny said, the heavy damage on the car number 25 of Jack Sprague.
Now, will we see them pit this time? How long have they been out there on those tires?
Well, they pitted on lap 49, Ned. The only time all the leaders have been on pit road. We were at lap 132.
Been out there about 81 laps now, so it'll be interesting to see if they come in or not.
So the pace car, let's see if we can see a replay. It's between the 31 and the 25. Banging and banging. I don't guess they ever hit anything other than each other, but a lot of damage to these cars. Now watch him. Watch as the 9 car goes by. Here goes Rusty Wallace. Now here goes and he does, Ned, clip him as he goes by.
And you haven't seen Jeff Gordon yet because he all but stopped. He had not gone by yet. Budweiser rear camera. Now Andy Graves and the crew will try to work on that car as he's come to rest on pit road.
I guess that he and the 31 car made contact going in the corner, just couldn't get off each other.
Pit road has now been opened, and here come the cars.
Let's go down to Bill Weber for leader's pit stop.
Rusty Wallace has the #1 pit stall all the way at pit out toward turn 1. This will be 4 tires, fuel, and they will drop the track bar a quarter-inch on Rusty's car. As you look at the triple pits, the car's on pit road. Now watch for these guys leaving. A lot of guys, like Kenny Wallace for one, had trouble getting out of their pit last time. The 4 and the 16 cars are pitting directly behind Rusty. They both want to put a rubber in the left rear. Wallace has his 4 tires and fuel, and he's gone the 18.8 seconds. 19.7 for Gordon. 20 seconds for Dale Jarrett. Ray Dunlap for Dale Earnhardt on the backstretch.
Well, what we talked about at the top of the show, what a disadvantage it is to be here on the backstretch. Dale Earnhardt's Good Wrench crew puts 4 tires and gas in his Chevrolet. They're down and ready to get the way. Out of the 72 races they've run here, only one of them has ever been won from back here. John Kernan?
Kyle Petty and Terry Labonte both were in for 4 tire change. Both of them had just a little bit of extra time. Kyle's crew did not make any chassis adjustments, neither did Terry's, but they did make an air pressure adjustment. And also Labonte's had a lug nut fall off the left rear tire. Ted Musgrave coming back in. Labonte had some problems on the left rear tire, so that slowed his pit stop down just a little bit. Let's go to Bill Weber. Now they come in to change the left side tires, and actually the purpose of this stop is to put the rubber in the left rear of Ted Musgrave's car. We've talked almost since that first caution period how loose Ted has been. They've got the rubber in, now they'll tighten the left rear. They're going to push it away, and he returns to the track. They could not make that stop, obviously, under green, and it took them 2 stops to get it done here under caution.
Yeah, let's see if we can decipher what happened to bring this caution flag out.
Well, we see we're riding along with Mike Simmons.
Looks like he might have gotten into the 75 car of Rick Mass.
That's right. He hit the 75 car of Rick Mass. When he did that, he backed off the gas. And when he did that, the Sprague, the 25 car, come along and hit him. You're right there.
For those of you scoring at home, that is Lowe's to Remington to Budweiser. That was the contact pattern for caution flag number 8. Back with more from Bristol in a moment.
You say you like NASCAR? Well, strap into your seat. Check your instrument panel and punch the accelerator. Welcome to NASCAR Online, NASCAR's official site on the World Wide Web, where you can ride shotgun all the way to the checkered flag, get up to the minute news, track reports, and driver info. You even have access to the same stuff as Winston Cup officials. NASCAR Online, any more in-depth than your computer would need lug nuts. NASCAR Online, start it up.
When it comes to building a comfortable home, you certainly have your options. Your home feel as good as it looks requires an essential. Ask for Tyvek Home Wrap from DuPont. It helps keep weather out, comfort in, and that's basic to better building.
Motor Speedway working the 8th caution flag today. Well, one guy who pitted back on lap 99 found this caution flag to his liking because he is being shown as our leader. There he is, the McDonald's Ford driver for Bill Elliott.
So he didn't stop this time. Hasn't been but about 36, 37 laps since he came into the pit. John Kernan?
Lap 98 and 99, Elliott pitted twice. He got 2 tires each time. They've made some adjustments on the car, and right before this last caution came out, Bill told Mike Beam, he said, hey, this car is really hooked up. In fact, this morning when I was talking to Bill, he says, hey, I could have probably a day like I had back in 1988. He won in the spring race. Remember, he spun around and came back to win. Then he ran second, I believe, to Dale Earnhardt in the night race, and Bill said the car actually ran better in that night race in 1988, and he thinks
that he might have a shot at winning today. But as we've seen, Rusty Wallace has been stout. They made a track bar adjustment. You see what Rusty is. I mean, I can't imagine he can be any faster than he already was.
There's Robin Pemberton, the crew chief on the 2-car, talking to his driver. Pace car's off. Here the cars come. Green flag gets out. Robert Press is the second-place car, the Cartoon Network car. Morgan Shepherd is third. Rusty Wallace fourth. And Bobby Labonte is fifth.
Now, Robert Presley had also stopped on lap 99, so...
And Hudson Strickland, he's a lap down, stopped on one of the caution flags, trying to cure some kind of problem, lost a lap, trying to get it back. And Ed Barrier in the 95 tries to go by Presley on the outside. Meanwhile, Jeff Burton, the 99 car, trying to get to the front. Feels like this is his best chance to get up and get a lap back.
There's the 99 car. Made an unscheduled pit stop. Came out in front of her. Here's Rusty Wallace. Car number 2 coming in a hurry. See Rusty moving in on the 99.
They just passed Morgan Shepherd. And Morgan Shepherd's another one of those drivers who started at the rear of the pack and was up there in this. It still is in the lead pack, but he didn't make a pit stop on this caution either. Morgan had himself some good track position.
Woohoo! Brett Bodine goes on the clear. Steve Grissom. Here comes Kyle Petty.
Boy, away, get down.
That is 12th and 13th. Brett Bodine in 11th spot. Had a great qualifying effort. Qualified 12th. Grissom is in 12th spot right now. 11th, 12th, and 13th on the screen.
Had all kind of problems. Barely got the car on the line before the start of the race. About 10 minutes beforehand. Changed all the brakes this morning, all the calipers, all the lines. Also found an engine man they had to change. Oh, dives on the inside of Kyle Petty, trying to take the spot away, and will.
Clear.
Kyle quickly tries to get to the bottom of the racetrack because the 81 car, the Square D car, Kenny Wallace, has been very, very good all weekend.
Kenny Wallace's best qualifying spot of the year, starting 4th here, right on the rear of Kyle Petty's Hot Wheels Pontiac.
Oh, spin in turn 3. It's Dave Marcus. The 30 car, Benson goes around.
And here's Jeff Fox trying to get his lap back. Let's see if he's going to do it this time. You have to slow down because the 30 car was up in the track, and Bill Elliott will be looking back once again. So denied that opportunity one more time.
Both Burton and Strickland were trying to get their laps back, and boy, Marcus just came down off the banking. So did the car number 30 of Johnny Benson. There's a Dave Marcus Realtree car right in front of the leaders, and they were able to have to slow up and then speed back up to keep those cars a lap down.
And we see some damage to the right rear, and the rear has got into the fence, and he backed in with the left rear. So evidently this right rear problem happened somewhere back in the corner, and Benson just turns the car left to avoid Marcus.
Well, he did a good job of avoiding Marcus there. Spins him around, and fortunately, he keeps from getting hit hard, at least, from any other car.
And look at Benson. Now, he is behind the wall. It looked like a simple spin out, but he is behind the wall. What in the world is going on?
Enzo Crew now going to work on Johnny Benson's Pontiac. Looked like, as you said, but he just turned the car and missed him. Ray Dunlap, what's the problem with the 30 car?
Well, Jerry, as they were coming down the backstretch off of turn number 2, actually Johnny Benson made a bit of contact with Dave Marcus, and then Benson backed out of the throttle to let Marcus get it straightened out, and he just couldn't.
Okay, so that's the damage to the left front is where he made contact with Marcus, I guess.
And here's the car number 71, the Realtree Chevrolet, with some significant rear-end damage. That's Dave Marcus, and that's the reason for caution number 9 at Bristol, Tennessee. We'll be right back.
Freshness Hotline, what's the problem?
Man, my party is lame. I think I got some skunky beer.
Sir, relax. When was your beer born?
Born? What are you talking about?
It doesn't have a born-on date?
A what?
Do you have any Budweiser?
No, man, you gotta help me.
Okay, remain calm, sir. We're on our way.
New Born on Dating from Budweiser, because fresh beer tastes better.
Go! Sir, put down the skunky beer and slowly back away.
Firestone has developed the tire technology so advanced they use it on Indy cars in the worst possible condition, the race. And if it can handle 172 miles per hour wet, 55 is a piece of cake. Introducing the Firehawk SC50, made possible by Unity, our ultimate tire technology, and by a tread patterned after our Indy rain tire, the Firehawk SC50, for the rain, for the road.
Every 10 seconds or so, a stop sign goes up somewhere in America. And every 30 seconds, a traffic light goes up. It's as hard on your car as it is on you. It's stop and go. Stop and go. Stop and go driving. Use Pennzoil. Formulated for today's stop and go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil.
Our speed road coverage of the 37th running of the NASCAR Winston Cup Food City 500 from Thunder Valley, Bristol Motor Speedway, is brought to you by Pennzoil, formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil. By Firestone, America's tire since 1900. By MasterCard, MasterCard, the official card of NASCAR. And by Daytona USA, the ultimate motorsports attraction. Hey, all you drag racing enthusiasts, take a trackside seat to the NHRA Pennzoil Nationals coming up Sunday, April 27th, live all day on pay-per-view, $14.95. Call your cable operator or satellite provider to subscribe. NHRA Pennzoil Nationals coming up April 27th. And to update the Pennzoil Pontiac, let's check in once again with Ray Dunlap.
Well, Jerry, it appears that all the sheet metal damage was on the right side of the race car. Benson got up into that outside wall, but it doesn't appear there was any suspension damage at all. There is a great deal of damage, however, to the Budweiser Chevrolet down here. It is a mess. Jack Sprague is still sitting in the car. They're hoping to get him back in there and get some valuable laps here, but I would say it's going to take him quite a while.
Shown in 40th position right now. He's already many laps down, and this is going to put him many more laps down.
Talk about... Sorry, go ahead. Well, that's exactly what you were going to say, Benny. Talk about walking softly here and carry a big hammer. Exactly what Bill Weber, us talked about at the top of the show, and what Bristol is all about.
Okay, here we go. Once again, Bill Elliott leads them down the green flag.
Still not able to get past it. Now here he goes. Great run for Burton. Still can't get the position on Bill Elliott. Now he's got position.
Got him a run now going into the turn. He should get it. Got the inside groove. Now Burton is back on the lead lap. There's 29 cars now on the lead lap. Burton running in 29th position.
Bobby Labonte, she changed 2 tires the last pit stop. Gets by Morgan Shepherd.
Oh, Elliott goes high. Big scramble down in turn 2.
The 99 car slowed abruptly. That was Jeff Burton right in front of Elliott and Presley. And now here comes Burton on the pit road. He just got this lap back, and suddenly the car slowed abruptly down in turns 1 and 2.
And we saw the damage to the rear of that car. Looked like most of it was the 8 car. And there's our leader, Robert Presley.
How about that? He's had such a tough year this year, and it's good to see him out front.
Robert qualified 15th. Is our leader. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, these guys are disappointed. The hood is up, and the 8 car swings by on the outside, but he's got left side damage to the left rear and to the left front. The 29 cars also coming into the pits now, but they're under the hood, looking under the hood of Jeff Burton's car. Down to you, John, of the 29 car. I think Robert Presley might have made some contact with Jeff Burton going down into turn number 1. He came in the left front tire, so he had to come in and pit. He's going to lose the lap to Bill Elliott and Jeff Burton. Clean down into turn 1. What a bad break for Robert Presley.
That is a tough break, John. It's just typical the way his year has gone.
Jeff Gordon trying to get by, trying his best to get by. Bill Elliott takes the lead. Gordon has not led the race today, but he has position. He might do it the next time by.
Now Gordon's tires some 35 laps fresher than Bill Elliott, so that makes the move pretty simple for Gordon. And Rusty Wallace also slides by. Elliott back in third spot with Dale Jarrett in fourth. Now, here's what happened in that incident a moment ago from Rusty Wallace's Miller Lite Lynn car.
This is the front stretch, down in the corner, and all of a sudden, Elliott almost gets sideways, and there's some contact between the 29 and the 8.
Wow. And that's what shut the tire down on Robert Presley's car, that contact that was made.
Yes, it was. And there we see the 8 car running the back of the 99, see the damage to the right front of the 8, and we saw the damage to the rear of the 99 car. And Rusty squeezes by on the inside. Ned Jarrett, you said all along that the 24th, we see the 88 car just moved into third spot, Dale Jarrett. You said all along that Jeff Gordon has a good race car. You'd like to see he and Rusty Wallace race? We're getting to see that now.
He's out in front of Rusty. He got by Rusty in that little melee off of turn 2 over there. Let's go to fifth and John Turner.
He did not cut the tire down. Look at the valve stem. You're supposed to have one here. It's completely broken off. This one here pinched off. The air escapes. The tire goes flat. The inner liner goes flat. That's what happened with Robert Presley. Going down into turn number 1, he made some contact with his left front tire, the right rear bumper of Jeff Burton, and that snapped off the valve stem, so he has a flat tire and had to come in and lost a lap, at least one lap in the pits.
And as you said, just when things start going good for Robert Presley, they go bad. That's the kind of year he's had, the kind of luck he's had here in 1997.
He's back in 31st position now, one lap down.
Now, Rusty Wallace is going higher than I've seen him all day. He's been right on that yellow line as he's leading the race. Now he's drifting up the racetrack a little bit.
Well, he might be sort of looking ahead at him at Jeff Gordon. Gordon's been using that line a little bit, and Rusty sees it's working for him. And so maybe he's going to try it, but now he gets back down on the inside.
This group right here has been crashing for position. There's Terry Labonte back in 9th position. We're going to move around a little bit. Morgan Shepherd side by side with Ted Musgrave. That's 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. There's the MB&A Pontiac. Ward Burton going by, taking a spot away.
And Morgan was up there in 3rd place. When all the other leaders made the pit stop, he didn't make a pit stop, and that's beginning to show up on those tires.
Rick Mast trying to take a look on the inside. The 75 car, he's going to go by. And Bobby Hamilton will go by and be separate as well. He's some trickle and Robert Presley, the 29 car.
Back up front, there's Jeff Gordon in the car number 24. Back-to-back City 500 wins. That graphic tells it all. The last 4 events, his average finish 2.5 here because he's won 2 in a row here in the spring. Now, what happened to Jeff Burton? Well, why don't we ask him, Bill Weber?
Jeff battling to get back on the lead lap. What happened out there?
Well, we got a lap down because the ignition box of the Pole 1 we made to begin with. We got it fixed, and then we took off, and we made some pretty big changes to the car. Once we did that, the car was pretty good. Got my bill, and the car drove real good. I said, okay, we got everything made, and then all the hell broke loose. Some broke inside of the motor. We had real good engine luck. You know, we don't have a lot of engine failure. You hate when you do have one, but we don't have many. We got lucky we didn't get into a wreck, though, because I was shut off in front of 32 people that were coming wide open. And they had me picked up in the back, and I was just hanging on. So it's a short day for the Exide Ford. We'll go to Martinsville and try to make it up.
Okay, it's a tough sport. Victory Lane last week, out early this week.
And he was 4th in point standings coming in here, so that'll definitely hurt him in the points.
Dale Earnhardt closes in on the back of Kenny Wallace. He's currently in 15th spot. We're starting at 29th, wasn't it?
Yep. Started 29th.
As Mark Martin tries to follow him along. There's Kenny Schrader, the 33 car.
NASCAR serial presented by MCI shows you Dale Earnhardt was in 19th spot on lap 156. As Tyson moved up to 14th spot. 2 top 10 finishes in the last 3 outings for Earnhardt. It's starting to come together. They were at 8th at Atlanta, 15th at Darlington, and now 6th at Texas.
Mark Martin also gets by the 81 car, and does Kenny Schrader.
Mark Martin running in the 16th position. He's the next one behind Earnhardt.
The 95 NASCAR. Ed Barrier is a lap down to Earnhardt, Martin.
Barrier 28.
And Grissom goes by Bobby Labonte.
I think that two-tire change on Bobby Labonte really hurt Benny. He's just not able to keep that car down on the inside. The interstate battery is Pontiac.
And Ernie Irvin and Brett Bodine battling for position.
I bet Ernie Irvin started 38 back there, Benny, all the way up in 12th position, right behind a close call forward of Brett Bodine. There's Ernie's progression, 26 spots from the beginning.
Earnhardt dives on the inside and some contact, and around goes Kyle Petty.
And caution is out.
Boy, Kyle did a great job to get that car. Come on. Without even more damage.
That's Dennis Beaver telling him, come on.
Yeah, that set of tires is looser.
Kyle said that set of tires was looser.
Get caught up. Get in here. Get 4 tires on it. You have to come back around. We're going to work on the back of it, okay? Advance it, feet down.
There we see Earnhardt going in the corner. Kyle Petty comes down. There's contact in the left rear. Kyle goes up. Backs in the fence right there. Mark Martin and Earnhardt drives under him. How'd you like to be Mark Martin riding along with Mark Martin there?
Yeah, he didn't know where to go, but he did make the right move down on the inside.
Drove on the apron of the racetrack. Maybe Mark found him a good groove down there.
Here we see it again. Kyle comes down, Earnhardt down on the bottom part of the racetrack. They make contact, and around Kyle goes. Kyle doesn't look like he hits the wall. You can see the dust flying from the cement wall, but maybe not too hard, so maybe it won't do too much damage to it.
The car scrambling around as they come by.
And he did stay on the lead lap.
2 tires, okay?
10-4. On the right side of the Hot Wheels Pontiac.
Well, the leaders are Jeff Gordon. Almost, he faked them. Jeff Gordon was headed down pit road, and Bill Elliott will come in because he had stopped on lap 99.
And John Kernan had told you that Elliott had come in twice on laps 98 and 99 for 2 tire changes both times. Under caution for the 10th time. Back with more from Bristol in a moment.
The $5 bill, so many nicknames. The fiver, the 5 spot, 5 bucks. And now, Red Roof Inn's own version. Bobby?
The Red Roof Inn. Play on words. That's $5 in cash that you'll get every night you stay at Red Roof Inns when you check in with this coupon.
To check out improvements going on now nationwide, get your $5 cashback coupon in Tuesdays and Thursdays USA Today.
I thank you, and he thanks you.
It starts here. It starts here. It also starts here and here. And it all starts right here at Walmart, home of the EverStart battery, a powerful battery for trucks, cars, boats, and mowers that you can count on to start when you need it to. And since it's at Walmart, you can also count on a good price. EverStart. The name says it all.
Me? Play with the Duncan yo-yo?
You want speed, action, excitement? Get a yo-yo. You want the hottest yo-yo? Get a Duncan. Because if it isn't a Duncan, give it to him.
Psychologically speaking, the NHL playoffs can be a therapeutic period in a player's life, an opportunity to work through one's issues, to find a quiet place to sit and reflect, to reach out to those around one, to ponder what is good, and ultimately, to reach one's lifelong goal. The Stanley Cup playoffs on ESPN2. Something to contemplate.
High above Bristol Motor Speedway, Bristol, Tennessee. Fine folks from the Pennzoil Copter Cam giving us this aerial shot of the reason we're under caution here for the 10th time on the high banks here at Thunder Valley. Take a look.
Dale Earnhardt, the 3-car, trying to get alongside Kyle Petty. Some contact. Petty goes up, backs it in the fence ever so slightly. Earnhardt, Mark Martin, and all the other cars able to somehow miss Kyle. What a great job he does here, Ned. He gets it going straight, continues on.
Keeps right going, stayed in the lead lap. He's made several pit stops during this caution, changed all 4 tires, and did a little bit of sheet metal work to the sheet metal damage back there on the right rear, but he's back in the pits right now, John Kernan.
See, they've torn the rear bumper cover off. They're also using bungee cords to keep the rear deck lid in place. And the spoiler's been almost straight up at a 90-degree angle. As you hear this pilot telling the pace cars in turn 3 as we get the signal 1 lap to go. So this should be the last time for Kyle here. So we'll have to see how this affects it. And now he's waiting. They let him go. And Bobby Kennedy says, I believe you're okay. Kyle acknowledges that. He beats the pace car out, stays on the lead lap. But with that spoiler straight up and not very much of it in the wind, what kind of handling effect is that going to have, guys?
It won't be good. No, it'll change it, that's for sure. Kyle is in 26th position. There are 26 cars on the lead lap. And he's the last one.
Look at Jimmy Spencer, 4th place. Our Napa Field summary: Gordon the leader, Wallace, Jarrett, Spencer, and Jeff Bodine in the top 5.
16 through 30, we'll see about 26 cars in the lead lap. Kyle Petty, we talked about him, he's the last car. And 31 through 43. Just 2 cars out of the race. Johnny Benson is off the track. They continue to work on the car. And when they get it fixed, he'll be back.
Now, in the last restart, Jeff Gordon pulled away by about 5 car lengths and stayed there right in front of Rusty Wallace. Rusty couldn't gain and Gordon couldn't get away. We'll see what happens this time.
Gordon got himself a good jump again. Turn 1.
Here we go. Let's see. Can Rusty Wallace catch the kid?
Well, he's right up on his back bumper. Jeff had pulled away by about 4 car lengths on that restart. Now Rusty has closed it down to less than 1.
This is not trick camera work. That's how much those cars move around, although Jeff Gordon's car that time did not move around a great deal.
And here's trouble off turn 4. Brent Bodine has spun around.
Get back.
Caution is out. Once again, Ted Musgrave comes down pit road to avoid it.
And Bodine will get the car righted and stay on the lead lap. He was being shown in 11th position. And this, appropriately, car number 11 in 11th position brings out the 11th caution flag of the day here on lap 197.
He had some kind of trouble down in turn 1. I glanced the car slow off turn 2. Took my eye off of it. Let's see. There, I saw this is where I took my eyes off of it. The 28 goes in the corner. He comes down, and Brett tried to dodge the 28 car. And when he turned and hit the brake sharply, the car got up under him and spun.
Wow, that thing went around and then just straightened up and kept going.
Look at all those cars go by. It's amazing how many single-car wrecks we've seen today and not multi-car crashes. This is Mike Skinner's car, and we see the trouble starting up in the corner.
Well, Mike Skinner's seen a lot in front of him today.
There's the face cam from Mike Skinner, and says, man, I've seen too many of these up close and personal today in Bristol, Tennessee. The Lowe's hardware store of Chevrolet.
Kyle Petty is back in the pits doing more work on the rear of his Pontiac, his Hot Wheels Pontiac, trying to... There we see him. Yes, that big hammer. Weber, they got that big hammer out you're talking about.
I told you would need that here at Bristol.
3 and 4.
John, what they're trying to do, remember I told you the spoiler was up at about a 90-degree angle. They're trying to bend it back as the pace car comes out of turn number 4. And they tried to bend the spoiler back and knock some of the rear deck lid down so some air could hit the rear spoiler so Kyle could drive the car out there, because obviously that downforce in the rear, not a lot. of downforce, so it was very loose. Jeff Gordon continues to lead the Food City 500. We'll be right back to Thunder Valley in just a moment.
IndyCar racing, where the thoroughbreds of motorsports go head-to-head in a battle of science and sweat, where high-tech meets high-speed, and where all the horsepower in the world doesn't mean a thing if you can't get out of the pits. But while every race begins with a green flag, for Scott Pruitt and Patrick Racing, it starts with something else. The Duralast battery from AutoZone. Power you can depend on.
This year, thousands of people will visit places like New York, Montreal, San Francisco, and the Bahamas. And who will take them there? Sea-Doo, the best-selling boat in the world. Right now, with the purchase of a Sea-Doo watercraft, you'll get free travel on Delta Airlines in North America. Plus, no payments on your new Sea-Doo watercraft till September 97. It's ride-free, fly-free for a limited time at your Sea-Doo dealer.
Can MasterCard help stop a thief? Any credit card can make you feel secure when you have it. But how many can protect you as well as MasterCard when they're lost or stolen? The answer lies in the tamper-resistant panel that MasterCard pioneered. It makes a stolen credit card practically useless. And your MasterCard even more secure.
The NASCAR Ride-Along program puts you in the action.
What's going on? Kyle's breaking in some new material.
So, the Rhino says, forget it. I'll drive myself. Seriously, though, I used to be a grease monkey, but that was a bit. Just what I need. A backseat drummer, right? Come on, Clyde, try to keep up. NASCAR on ESPN. Come along for the ride. Thank you. You're beautiful. I'll be at the Laugh Shack till Wednesday.
Well, the sun's back out in Bristol, and the green flag is about to be. The 11th caution flag today comes to an end, and Jeff Gordon pulls away.
Well, he got off to another great start on this restart. He's got a car on that car. He and Rusty Wallace.
And Bobby Hamilton, just the nice fellow he is, moves up and lets Rusty Wallace go in his attempt to catch Jeff Gordon. Spencer's gone high down in the first and second corner like he was trying to pass Dale Jarrett on the outside.
Well, he sees those two lap cars that are in front of Jarrett and figures that Jarrett's going to stay on the inside, which he probably is. And he thought, well, this might be a chance for me to pass him. It's going to work out.
You mentioned those two lap cars. That's Bobby Hamilton's car 43 and Robert Presley's car number 29. Now, Presley looks to the inside of Hamilton, Jarrett right behind Robert Presley, and Spencer right behind Jarrett.
And Jeff Ledine right behind Spencer. Jeff Ledine has a different sponsor on his quarter panels today, LA West, who has been a long-time associate sponsor on the PBC number 7, so it has given him a little extra exposure today to the LA West, a van conversion company.
Yes, I borrowed Jeff a couple of times there. Not bad.
Heavy traffic. We look at our Napa Field summary, and look who's right in the middle of it, the number 3 car. He and Ernie Irvin, 3 and 28.
Little contact that time, 23 and 28 as Earnhardt gets by. Mark Martin will try to follow, and he will follow. And Schrader will try to do the same thing. And he will do the same thing.
Ernie got caught up there, and he can't get out of there.
Earnhardt's in 9th position. You see him in 9th on our scoring pylon, left side of the screen there. Mark Martin now in the top 10.
If you wonder what's happening up front, folks, Jeff Gordon is riding away from Rusty Wallace right now.
There's Gordon and there's Rusty.
And what's happening in the pits? Let's go down to John Kernan. Well, Kyle Petty lost the left half of the rear spoiler on the car. They're reattaching that right now, so they're losing lap after lap. This is part of the left half of that rear spoiler. You can see the weld beads in here. They just snapped right off after they had the spoiler been pushed up to a 90-degree angle. Then it was pushed back. Kyle went out there. The air hit it. Knocked it right off. the spoiler. So Kyle is sitting down in the pits. He's lost countless number of laps as the crew is putting on the left half of the rear spoiler.
Oh boy, another tough break for another driver that had a good run going here today.
Look at the lead that Jeff Gordon has on Rusty Wallace.
And what Ned said a moment ago, the AutoZone on-track interval. Take a look at the interval, how it has grown.
You see, we started at 0.6 of a second, and then it's 1.2 seconds. And look at Jeff Gordon all this time. 6, P1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Rusty, 2, 2, 4, 4, and 5. The Circuit City car. Hey, Mark Martin has been able to get by Dale Earnhardt.
Martin's taking the 8th spot away. Earnhardt still back in 9th spot.
Here's a battle for 4th and 5th. Jimmy Spencer has 4th. Jeff Bodine wants it. Ooh, they get close coming off the turn. The Spencer's car, we've talked about it before, he goes pretty high in the turns, and that gives Jeff an opportunity to try to get under him, but couldn't do it that time. And there's Terry Labonte. He's just sitting there watching that action. He'll take advantage of any situation that might occur.
Terry says, I'm 6th, but you guys keep playing. I'm about to be 4th. Now Spencer runs that middle group. Been running up there most of the day.
Yes, he has. It's working for him. He stayed up front. He made a good decision. Travis Carter, the crew, Donnie Wingo made a good decision. Changed 2 tires early on, get some track position.
Kyle Petty back on the racetrack. You heard John Kernan making more money on that rear spoiler for you Kyle Petty fans. They have gotten the car fixed, and he's now back on the racetrack trying to get back up to speed.
Kyle lost 18 laps.
And he has moved all the way up into the top 4, having a great run in that Hot Wheels Pontiac.
And you look at that and you say, why did they weld it? Why didn't they just bend a piece of aluminum and not weld it? Because the deck lid on the Pontiac is not level across. It has ups and downs, so they have to weld the rear spoiler.
Sterling Marlin chasing Kenny Wallace. Both of those drivers having good runs here today. Kenny Wallace in the Square D Ford number 81. Sterling Marlin in the Kodak on the Chevrolet number 4.
They are 13th and 14th, Dan.
Start on the outside pole, did the 4 car. Here comes Ted Musgrave. He started 3rd. He's trying to get by Jeremy Mayfield in the 37. And there's Dick Trickle. And Michael Waltrip. As he closes in right on, and some contact between the 16 and the 37. Musgrave goes on. Trickle tries to follow. Here comes Bill Elliott. Jeremy's in Michael's groove, so he'll be in trouble.
Speaking of Michael Waltrip, he started 39th, now being shown in 21st spot. He's gained 18 positions. He makes a move now.
And Jeff Bodine is finally got up beside of Spencer. Here they are going down into turn 1. The Spencer still running that high line. Good run coming off the turn. And Jeff just simply hadn't been able to muster enough in trouble.
Crash, 81 cars back to the fence, and once again, Doyle Ford's going to have to have a lot of limit on that elbow this week because he is waving that caution flag once again for the 12th time. 14th place car contact with the wall 3 and 4.
That's a tough break for Kenny Wallace. He's had some good runs this year, better runs than his finishing position show. Of course, he qualified in 4th position here for the Food City 500. Now has to take it behind the wall.
Best starting spot of the year for Kenny Wallace, the youngest of the 3 Wallace brothers. He takes the Phil Marcossi car behind the wall. How tough is it to run on the short track? So we've had 12 caution flags today. The all-time NASCAR Winston Cup record for the number of cautions was 20. Where? Well, you guessed it, right here in Bristol, Tennessee in the spring of 1989. Folks, we could have a record before it's over. Back in a moment.
When it comes to building a comfortable home, you certainly have your options. But making your home feel as good as it looks requires an essential essential. Ask for Tyvek Home Wrap from DuPont. It helps keep weather out, comfort in. And that's basic to better building.
Have you outgrown your current position or find yourself unemployed? Then it's time to look in the National Business Employment Weekly. You'll find top jobs with top companies and advice on landing them. Order 8 issues for only $38, and you'll also get the job search guide free. Look in the National Business Employment Weekly. You never know what you'll find.
To subscribe, call 800-292-1400. That's 800-292-1400.
Hey, Jean. Hey, Claude. Ooh, we got ourselves a bit of malfeasance, eh? Yeah. How many, you figure? I count 10. No Montreal, though. Thank God for that. Yeah. Boston Bruins, even. No way. Yeah. It's gonna be a cold one. Yeah.
Back at Bristol Motor Speedway, working caution flag number 12. Why are we under caution? Well, we'll show you what happened to Kenny Wallace's car number 81.
Goes in the corner, don't know exactly what happened, goes up, makes some contact, serious contact with the car, comes off the racetrack directly to pit road. NASCAR wisely threw the caution flag. While we were in commercial, some cars made some pit stops. As a matter of fact, the leaders, Jeff Gordon made pit stops, Rusty Wallace, and Dale Jarrett, Ned.
Dale Jarrett, we'll see, makes a good pit stop, but he's going to kill the engine when he starts out. But Rusty Wallace is going to get out in front of this trio, even though Jeff Gordon goes down off the jack first, but he's back a little bit further back up pit road.
And they made a chassis adjustment in the left rear of the 88 car for Dale Jarrett. Car number 90 back down pit road. The Holly Myers car reported that car possibly overheating for Dick Trickle. Dick Trickle will check on that and let you know specifically what the problem is.
Sterling Marlin didn't make a pit stop. He or Bill Elliott, they're first and second.
Still working caution flag number 12 at Bristol Motor Speedway. Record crowd, biggest in the history of Tennessee for a sporting event. Glad to have you with us. Back with more in a moment.
All across America, there's steel screw.
Racing engines endure severe stress, and your engine does too. That's why, under severe service driving conditions, Jiffy Lube recommends service every 3,000 miles. And we offer Pennzoil.
3,000 miles to make us smile. America's Jiffy Lube.
Jiffy Lube, America's favorite oil change.
Pizza Hut employee memo number 2, the new pepperoni. You're looking at the future of Pizza Hut. No, not the kid, the pepperoni.
The new pepperoni.
And there's just never been a pepperoni like this. We've reinvented the thing. It's meatier and crispier than ever before. In fact, it's so good, we suggest you cook up a batch of it and try it yourselves. That way, when someone says, hey, is this the best pepperoni you've ever had or what? You can look them right in the eye and say,
Yeah.
making it great, again and again.
People here communicate mind to mind.
There is no race. There are no genders.
There is no age.
No age.
There are no infirmities.
There are only minds.
Only mind.
Utopia?
No.
The internet. Where minds, doors, and lives open up.
Is this a great time or what?
Welcome back to Bristol. Just about to get the green this time by. Sterling Marlin has scored as the leader, but might have a problem. It's in the motor room, in the engine compartment, and basically, he thought he dropped the cylinder. Now they just say it's the dead spot, which means when you stand on the gas, the car doesn't really go. You can see it there on the restart. And Robin Pemberton has warned Rusty about that problem on the floor. So Sterling with perhaps a motor problem. Not very quick on that restart, guys.
About to get run over there on that restart by Bill Elliott. Bill heads up, slowed down before they got to the turn. Rusty Wallace moving up in a hurry. He got out of the pits first, those who pitted, so he's in third position.
Miller Lite camera showing the back of Bill Elliott's McDonald's Ford Thunderbird. Elliott in second spot. On the car number 4.
And Bill Elliott tries to dive to the inside of Sterling Marlin. Has position. Here he goes, taking that spot away. That's for the lead. And the Golden Arches go in front.
Bill's already been out in the
and this is Rusty Wallace trying to take over that second spot. He will.
Caution is out. Break for Robert Presley. Robert Presley was out in front of these leaders. And the caution comes out, so that puts him back on the lead lap now. He's on the lead lap, and he gets to go all the way around and catch up now.
And we are being told it's debris on the racetrack, and there it is. Great camera work, guys. It's off the 29. How appropriate.
Well, yeah. Get something come off your race car, and you're out in front of the leaders, get your lap back, and
how do you do that?
One of those cartoon characters fell off on the track, and they had to put the caution out, and now Robert gets a lap back. So maybe his luck is changing. The Kerry Bechtel owned machine of Robert Presley brings out caution number 13 at Bristol Motor Speedway. Awesome Bill showing the way. In 11th place finish last Sunday at Texas, his best. It's a 4th at Daytona Beach in the season opener. Well, count them on both hands and part of 1 foot. 13 caution flags thus far here in 236 laps at Bristol.
Sometimes your day is filled with twists and turns. Handle it. Dunlop Tires.
When Quaker State sponsored Jeff Gordon finished first at the Daytona 500, maybe it was luck. And maybe when Quaker State teammate Terry Labonte came in second, it was just another good day at the track. But with Quaker State's Ricky Craven coming in third, you just have to wonder, is there something special in this team's blood or in their engines? Quaker State, the quality the Hendricks Racing Team demands, the quality your car deserves. Quaker State, a clean sweep at Daytona.
In Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, people drive for miles around just to see Don Ballard. Because when it comes to car repair, well, there's not much he can't fix. You see, Don's the type of guy who believes that doing a job right and saving money go hand in hand. So he begins each job with a trip to AutoZone. Sure, it's a 20-mile drive. There are other parts stores along the way. But for Don, when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Since its introduction, the John Deere STX 38 has undergone a few improvements, like a tighter turning radius, increased horsepower, larger tires, and much, much more. Maybe that's why it has the highest trade-in value in its class. And yet, even after all this, one thing is still the same, the price. But there's always room for improvement. Introducing the lowest price ever, just $1,899. It was, after all, the only thing left to improve.
Racing about 3 laps ago, and how quickly things changed. Lap 239, the green came back out, and a lap and a half later, Rusty Wallace is leading and pulling away.
Yes, he is. He got under Bill Elliott, and away he went. There we see Sterling Marlin still continues to work his way towards the rear. He's up leading the race just a moment ago. Now he's back to about 10th spot.
Yeah, and they're passing him on the straightaway, so that engine problem that they said he had is very vivid on the racetrack. They're passing him on the straightaway.
Contact between the 11 car, Brett Bodine, and the 4. Here comes Earnhardt. He and Mark Martin have had a race all day long, and the 6 car Mark in the 6.
That is 9th, 10th, and 11th as Earnhardt makes the move underneath Marlin. Earnhardt, Marlin, and Martin. Make that 10th, 11th, and 12th there.
And look at Mark Martin dive by Earnhardt on the outside. Wow. Earnhardt evidently told him to do that. Yeah. Did not want to hold Mark up.
Now let's show you what happened after the restart, how Rusty was able to get around Bill Elliott.
Moves up on him in a hurry. Elliott, remember, has older tires than does Rusty. Going into the turn, dips down on the inside. Elliott's car goes a little bit high, and Rusty just motors right on by. Difference in the fresh tires and those that have been on the car for a while.
And there's the look back from our leader. And Bill Weber's down with Kenny Wallace. Bill?
Kenny, a great qualifying run. I know you had a good car. You were looking forward to a strong performance, but it didn't end that way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I qualified fourth. That's the start, though. You got to run good the whole race. And I felt like we had a good race going. I got hit in the rear, spun out. I have to watch the tape to really figure out what happened, but spotter said I was clear. I come down, but the guy hit me, I guess, square in the rear end. Don't want to make a fool out of myself. I do need to see the tape first, but, you know, we can't fix the car. That's the worst part, but we'll go to Martinsville next week. We're pumped up. We're trying to win, and I guess we forced this issue a little too hard today.
Your brother looks pretty good.
Yeah, he's always strong here. He's got a good package, and hopefully he'll win.
We'll see you next week.
Thanks.
All right, Kenny Wallace having a great qualifying run, and Rusty Wallace's brother will come by and take the halfway mark. 250 laps complete, 250 to go. So Rusty halfway to his second win on the year.
And with that, bright sun comes over the Bristol Motor Speedway. I'm sure warming up 118,000 have congregated here this afternoon to see this Food City 500. And I don't think they're going to go home disappointed, Ned.
No, they've seen a lot of action already. We're just halfway through.
Might want to update. I said a moment ago that was Scooby-Doo that fell off the car number 29. That was not debris off Robert Preston's car. That was off the car number 19 that brought that caution flag out. So that did not come off the 29 car. Scooby-Doo is still riding along with Shaggy.
Jeff Bodine running in third place. Jimmy Spencer in fourth place. They've been racing for a long, long time here today.
We watched it for about 100 laps with the 23 in front, the 7 behind. And now we get to see the thing in reverse.
Just before that last caution, Jeff Bodine had managed to get around Jimmy Spencer and then beat him out of the pit. So there they are, just reversed, as you say.
Steve Grissom, a good run going today for the Kodiak and Chevrolet.
Remember, he's won here in Busch racing. In fact, he swept both events here in 1995. And what a run he had at Texas last week. Grissom came from 35th starting spot to finish 10th.
And behind him is Bill Elliott, who was leading not too long ago, but those older tires. He's slipping back in the field. There he is, the McDonald's Ford number 94. And right behind him is Mark Martin in the car number 6. Martin running in the 9th position now.
Gets under Bill Elliott on the backstretch. He'll take that spot away and move into the 8th spot. Oh, we've got 3 or 4 cars crash here on the front straightaway.
Bobby Labonte is involved. The 31 car once again right in the middle of it, unfortunately for Mike Skinner.
Ward Andretti and Ward Burton all involved as well. Maybe not too heavily, but they made some contact.
John Andretti has a part of the bumper cover flapping behind his RCA Ford. There it is. He was trying to get stopped, got front and rear end damage.
Let's see if we can see what happens. They come off the corner, and we see Musgrave. Oh, I see Ernie and the 18 car. The 28 and the 18 car makes contact. Bobby Labonte goes around. Ernie goes on by. Meanwhile, the cars behind start trying to stop, and they make contact, and the 98 car of Andretti comes along, runs in the back of the 18 car.
Wow. Well, I tell you, Mike Skinner's got to say, hey, do I look like a cue ball or what? I mean, I'm just minding my business, and suddenly people are bouncing off me all over. And Ray Dunlap is right there in the pits.
Well, you're absolutely right, guys. There is a lot of damage to the load number 31. They're continuing to go to the right side. That's where Mike says most of his trouble is. All of the handling problems that they have had, he says he thinks, has to do with the damage they have on the right front.
Well, he's in 30th position. He's 5 laps down because he's been in so many different problems here today, this Mike Skinner.
I'll take a look at the points from the rookies here, where they're running. Mike Skinner Stays running. Robbie Gordon already out of the race, involved in a couple incidents early on, heavy damage on his car, and David Green now in 29th spot, so Mike Skinner wanting to stay on the racetrack.
The 96 car, and he doesn't look too bad. The Caterpillar car looks like he's doing pretty well.
Sterling Marlin, Bill Elliott, Bobby Labonte, Morgan Shepherd, all making pit stops here.
Let's check with Bill Weber.
Okay, Sterling Marlin is here, and Bill Elliott also coming out of pit road now. But Jim Brewer just told me when Sterling gets in the gas, the Kodak Chevy just does not go. And obviously they were only going to change 2 tires there. Thought about 4, but it's a 2-tire stop for Sterling. But he doesn't have any get up and go when it's time to get up and go.
Well, remember, he and Elliott were off sequence as far as the others are concerned on pit stops, but they still are.
Bound run over the NASCAR official, did Michael. As he was trying to leave, the official stepped in front of the car, and Michael was going, and he took him long to get out of the way.
All right, let's show you some replays from some of the cameras we had mounted on the Lowe's Chevrolet of Mike Skinner.
Tried to accelerate and discovered he had a flat tire and the car would barely roll.
This is one of the few cameras we still have working on this car, number 31. And Mike, keep this one in place. That one's awful close to you. Back with more from Bristol in a moment. Stay with us.
Where does Napa keep over 200,000 different parts? Right up here. Now remember, your belt tension on this is critical. What kind of car is it? Well, I'll sell you all the struts you want, but I wouldn't recommend putting them in without the right tools. I'm sure we have it. Okay, is it a 77 or a 78? Because they changed the carburetor in 78. Actually, that's not a stupid question at all. I know what it used to be. You don't stay at Napa long handing out the wrong answers, and I'm not planning on going anywhere.
America running.
Hi, you got any of these? Ooh, will this leather case fit my cell phone? It's not from Radio Shack.
Yes, it will.
Perfect. What about a long-life battery? A car adapter? A universal remote? Cordless computer mouse? An AC adapter for this? Wow, you got wireless speakers? Dual headphones?
Whatever you've got, wherever you got it, Radio Shack's got over 10,000 accessories to help it work better.
Oh, yeah. Got any connectors?
Parts, too.
Great.
Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
There's a new, scientifically advanced weapon to defend your car. New Excalibur Auto Polish, designed to shield today's car finishes against sun, pollution, and acid rain. A unique formula of rare Brazilian carnauba wax and high-tech European polymers for a long-lasting shine. Excalibur cleans, shines, and protects even neglected finishes. Easy on, easy off. Excalibur brings out a rich showroom shine. Protect your car with Excalibur from Turtle Wax.
Hey, is that... Yeah, it's my new Wagner Power Painter. Can you edge with it? Yeah, like this. In fact, it'll take care of just about any project you've been meaning to do.
Why am I painting this by hand?
Get a Wagner.
Exactly 1 lap ago, the green flag wave, lap 265. Rusty pulls away with Gordon and company in close pursuit.
Third place car is Jeff Bodine, the 7th. 4th is Jimmy Spencer, the 23. Dale Jarrett, the 88 car, is 4th, and Terry Labonte is 5th. The car of Ward Burton involved in that crash and spent some time in the pits.
Yeah, he went a lap down. Pontiac. He was in the lead lap before that situation happened. Ricky Rudd, he had problems earlier. He is 18 laps down. He's been running good. He's been running almost as fast as the leaders in the Tide 4. You see him right there in the middle of that pack. But he's lost all those laps behind the wall.
Here comes Mark Martin. He's moving in 8th spot.
Mark started way back at 23rd position. If you missed our qualifying show on Friday, he had problems with the power steering. He's had electrical problems, and he's had some damage on front of that car from an earlier incident.
Yes, he ran into the back of his teammate, Jeff Burton. We see the hood all bowed up in the center. Doesn't seem to be bothering the Valvoline Ford one, none whatsoever.
Hey, Mark Martin's done it about all. I mean, he has run so well here at Bristol over the years. 4 consecutive poles in the high banks of Bristol, Tennessee. In 40 races since his last NASCAR Whiskey Cup win, 15 top 5, 27 top 10s, 21 races led, 10 Busch Series wins, yet he has not gone to victory lane since October of 1995 at Charlotte.
And Ernie Irvin had slowed dramatically coming down the front straightaway. We understood that it had a little smoke coming from Valvoline Ford. There you saw some. He's headed to the pit. So Ernie Irvin's 1997 bad luck continues.
Coming from 38th spot, Ernie Irvin started 38th, is being shown in the top 10. And now they open the hood on the Valvoline Ford Thunderbird.
And Rusty Wallace continues to lead. You know, he and Jeff Gordon, he's pulling away from Jeff Gordon. When Jeff Gordon was in front, he pulled away from Rusty Wallace. We still have not had Rusty or Jeff pass each other. That's what I want to see.
Except for one time in a traffic situation that Gordon got by Rusty Wallace, but that was in a jam-up traffic situation. It's not flat-out racing.
Our Budweiser race recap, our leader is Rusty Wallace, has led 133 of 273 laps. There have been 9 lead changes, 14 caution flags. I said 14 caution flags. You're right. That's exactly right. 14 for 81 laps. The average speed, 72.582 miles an hour. Our leaders today, Rusty Wallace, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Spencer, Bill Elliott, Sterling Marlin, and Robert Presley has led a couple of laps. Out of race thus far, Robbie Gordon, Jeff Burton, and Kenny Wallace.
And right now, it looks like Dale Jarrett is off the handle, has gone away a little bit, man.
Yeah, he's fighting to stay up there. He's running in 5th place right now.
You see Bill Elliott, he just closed in on the back bumper of Dick Triple. That's 17th. Dick Triple 16th. Elliott 17th.
They made pit stops on the last caution. You see a little damage to the front end of Dick Triple's car there, too. Myers Ford, who jammed into somebody when somebody braked in front of him.
And a car spinning right behind that group. That is Robert Presley as the field now shuffles by and caution once again being waved.
And Bobby Labonte is sitting sideways on the backstretch there as well.
Boy, Bobby hit it a ton over there. The Interstate Batteries Pontiac, heavy right side damage. The right front of that car shoved back in. See if we can see what happened to Bobby as the car's trying to get wove down here in this caution play.
Man, some heavy damage to the car. That car. We were watching these cars, Ned.
Right. Trickle into 90, Bill Elliott into 94, and right behind them, it looked like Bobby Labonte and was it Robert Presley got together a little bit, and you can see how hard Bobby Labonte went up and hit the outside wall. Ooh, this is going to be a big blow for him. He was 3rd in the Winston Cup point standings coming in here.
Boy, just 41 points behind his brother Terry.
Here we go. Here we got a better angle as he goes in, gets in the back of the 29, gets him sideways, and when he comes off, evidently he ran in the apron or something, and all of a sudden his car just veered to the right.
Take a look at the Citco view here from Michael Waltrip's in-car camera.
He's running right behind Bobby Labonte. And there you see that contact made. Michael gets by. And all at once, Bobby just, was it overcorrecting?
I think maybe that he hit the 29 with the right front tire and cut the tire down.
Okay.
Just instantly cut the tire down. Maybe.
Okay, good point.
John Curtis standing by in the Robert Presley pit.
Doesn't look too severe. Left front fender if Robert has to go because I guess the pace car is making its way, but I don't see it coming out of turn 4, but he took off. They're going to have to come back in. They changed right side tires that time, but the left front fender, part of it is down in the lower part, is a hole has been punched into it, plus they're going to have to pull it away from the tire to keep it from rubbing, so we'll see Robert back on in a moment. Let's go to the backstretch pits and Ray Dunlap.
Well, thank you, John. You can see Robert Yates is working feverishly here on the Texaco Valvoline Ford. If you look at the very front left side of the race car, something has punctured through the grill and gone in and busted the radiator. So they're putting a new radiator in. They're adding water right now. They figure it's going to be another 5 or 6 laps before they can get Ernie back in the race.
Well, even if you dodge race cars, debris can get you here at Bristol. Robert Presley back in
There's that big hammer Weber was talking about. A moment ago when we saw that replay from Michael Waltrip's car, it looked like I might have seen just a puff of smoke. Let's see if we can see just a puff of smoke as Bobby Labonte goes by the 29 car. There we see the 29 car spin. Now, Labonte goes by right there. I think that he touched the left front fender with his right front tire and instantly cut it. And when he comes off the corner, straight in the wall.
Well, let's find out exactly from the horse's mouth. Bill Weber standing by with Bobby Labonte.
It's a very disappointed Bobby Labonte. Had a great car, high up in points. First of all, what happened out there, Bobby?
Actually, I just spun the 29 car out going into one. I'm trying to get by him a couple times, and I couldn't ever do it. So I got up there and just tapped him a little bit. He got turned around, and I caught his left front with my right front.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right, that's Bobby Labonte, and we talked about all those tools at the top of this race. Well, they're going to need them all to try and get Bobby back out there and get some of those valuable points. As Ned was mentioning earlier, Bobby very high in the point standings and now very disappointed.
Great call on that, Benny. That contact to the right front and left front. Bobby Labonte very honest about what happened, but not real happy about sitting behind the wall. Back with more from Bristol in a moment.
When it comes to building a comfortable home, you certainly have your options. But making your home feel as good as it looks requires an essential. Ask for Tyvek Home Wrap from DuPont. It helps keep weather out, comfort in. And that's basic to better building.
No one looks at the markets with a more insightful eye than Barron's, offering timely coverage of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, everything investors need to stay informed. Subscribe with your credit card now and get 17 weeks of Barron's for the price of 13. That's 4 more opportunities to turn money into wealth. Get 17 weeks of Barron's for only $39. That's 4 weeks free. Call now toll-free in the continental U.S. 800-228-5400. That's 800-228-5400.
Right from the start, to be a winner was always born from the tradition of hard work. It takes every individual working together in the shops, garage, pits, and on the track, united by a single goal, giving their very best to win as a team. It's what makes NASCAR such a great American sport.
Caution flag number 15 about to end. As the crowd on their feet once again, lap 287. This caution for 6 laps, and Rusty leads him down to the green.
And as he had done before, good start. Jeff Gordon got a good restart that time. In second place.
Heavy in the outside retaining wall. Down and hit the inside retaining wall.
And caution is out for the 16th time.
Boy, his car has no steering, comes right back up across into the concrete, right in the middle of the groove. Dave Marcus goes around him. Cars trying to get their laps back. Ward Burton trying to race Rusty Wallace back, and there is what's left of the Prime Star Family Channel Ford.
And I tell you what, seeing his hand go up and start turning the ignition to keep the switches off is a good sign as he lets the window net down. Folks, you were able to see that on our speed shot as the car veered suddenly in the outside retaining wall on 2 wheels. Looked like it was going to flip down the front straightaway.
What a tough race for Ted Musgrave. Qualified 3rd.
See, the left front tire is flat. I guess he did that when he hit the inside retaining wall. Phew.
Wild ride.
And once again, the caution flag is out.
And we are being told that he may have cut a tire.
Let's see if we can see. There he just all of a sudden veers in the outside retaining wall, and he's going to go down and touch the inside wall. There we go. Now watch, you can really see it from the speed shot. Watch the top of your screen. All of a sudden it just veered. Now watch this thing on 2 wheels. Looks like it was going to flip.
No control, right down to the inside retaining wall he went. Hit it hard.
boy, trying to come back from that 35th place finish at Texas. Had a great qualifying run today starting in row 2, and now it's all over for Ted Musgrave. Let's go down the field.
And Ted is walking on his own, coming back from the car, and we'll see a member of his crew here. You okay?
Yeah.
Looking for his jacket. It's pretty chilly down here. Oh, that was a wild ride. Do you know what happened?
Damn lap cars again, you know, coming off turn 4. They just drove me in the left rear and put me up into the wall. And, you know, these lap cars are just absolutely terrible today. You know, the Family Tail Prime Star car was real good. It was barding our time, but they're just not using their heads today.
Okay, that's Ted Musgrave. He manages to smile, but very disappointed.
Boy, indeed, third DNF of the year after some great runs. Musgrave had that outstanding effort at Darlington. Finished second to Dale Jarrett down there and had a good car today, but it's going to go away now.
And he was 15th in the point standings coming in here. And, you know, had a good shot to move up even in the top 10 with a good finish here today. But unfortunately, he'll drop the other way now.
All right, working caution number 16, closing in on that all-time NASCAR record of 20. We don't want the record, but it's coming our way. Back in a moment.
AC Delco knows that as a car gets older, its engine runs rougher. So we developed a spark plug to help bring back new car feel, and things really gelled. Rapid Fire from AC Delco. It makes an engine idle up to 27% smoother and accelerate with up to 18% quicker throttle response. Rapid Fire. Its performance ought to have the competition shaken.
Pepsi theft. It can happen anywhere, anytime. Don't let this happen to you. Fight back. Introducing the Pepsi Club. Now Pepsi moments don't have to become anxious moments. Not today. Thank you, Pepsi Club.
Lightweight, liquid cool, easy to handle. Everything you'd expect from Pepsi. The official soft drink of NASCAR.
ESPN and NHRA are your ticket to all the action. Live on pay-per-view, the Benzoil Nationals from Virginia, Sunday, April 27th, 10:30 to 6. Call your cable company or satellite provider and order now for just $14.95. Call now to catch all the action.
Tonight, NL Central rivals collide when the Astros take on Ron Gant and the swinging St. Louis Cardinals. Astros-Cardinals, the Sunday night baseball game of the week. Tonight at 8, only on ESPN.
Back in Bristol, Tennessee, the sun is out. Some shadows on the racetrack. Now, a couple of cautions ago, actually caution number 15, the car number 29 was involved. He was tagged, as you heard Bobby Labonte tell Bill Weber. Now, this car was spun, but he's trying to stay in the lead lap, so watch Rusty Wallace.
Yes, Rusty's going through 1 and 2. Comes off the backstretch. Now, the 29 car has spun. He's continuing on. There we see the 18 car sitting there. But all of a sudden they tell Robert Preston, look, you're racing these guys, the leader's coming, and you're racing back to the line. There we see him on the bottom of the racetrack. Here's the 29 car on the very bottom of the racetrack. Now as we progress on, he drives up on the racetrack in front of the leader. They come down to the line, and the 29 car will stay on the lead lap. There is how much he beat the leader, Rusty Wallace, back to the line.
Good move.
Very good move.
All right, our driver's snapshot on Robert Presley. It led 2 laps today, started 15th, currently 20th. He was our leader on lap 159. He was back as far as 34th on lap 53. There are 21 cars on the lead lap, pardon me, Benny, and he is currently in 20th spot.
That guy on the left rear quarter, our producer has young children. I bet you can tell, too, that fellow.
That's Scooby-Doo on the hood.
Well, I knew that. I mean, that.
Shaggy on the rear quarter panel. I know his son watches it. My daughter Jessica watches that, so
I knew you guys with kids would know that. Who is that now, Jerry?
Velma, I believe. But let's Velma.
Velma. Okay.
Yeah, Velma, not Thelma. Thelma Cowart's a race car. That's Thelma. All right, and Ray is caught up with Jack Roush.
Well, guys, last week in Texas, Jack Roush had 2 cars out of the race in Texas, and you won the race. This week you have 2 out here. Can Mark win it?
Well, Mark is really good. You know, he hasn't asked for any changes It's as good as anybody's out there right now.
Meanwhile, the leaders have decided to come in the pits. Rusty Wallace going around changing 4 tires. Bill Weber.
4 tires, fuel, and a rubber out of the right rear. Rusty waiting on the left rear, just trying to beat him out. Here comes Jarrett, then Labonte, followed by the 23 car.
Let's go to Ray Dunlap at the back pits.
Well, guys, Jack Roush said the car is good. Mark likes it. They've made no chassis changes here, just 4 tires and gasoline, and he'll be back out. He beats out Earnhardt and Jeremy Mayfield.
Remember, Mark Martin started back in 23rd spot, being shown in 8th position prior to that pit stop.
I think it's going to be about 9th after this, or maybe even 10th. Or maybe a little more than that, because there's some cars out of sequence. Bill Elliott out of sequence and a couple of others. So we'll see how it all shakes out here.
Mark Martin having trouble blending in without a turn signal. Ordinarily, if you're leaving the mall, you just flip your signal on and slide up in traffic. Here, with no signal, and traffic is pretty bad. Back with more from Bristol in a moment.
To the racing world, he's the Intimidator. But away from the track, he's Dale Earnhardt, gentleman farmer. A man who cares more about working the land than his next race. Yeah, right.
Can't get NASCAR off your mind? Then look for Bristol Motor Speedway, now the featured track in the Busch Grade Tracks of NASCAR Can Series.
I gotta get a faster tractor. You think about your car a lot. You have grease under your fingernails. You can name all the pro drivers and the cars they drive. You have all the car stuff a guy could want, and you know where to go if you don't. True Value, official hardware store of NASCAR, IROC, and garages everywhere. So hey, get this 18-piece tie-down cord set for only $6.97, or Castrol Super Clean Cleaner Degreaser for just $2.77. The $5 bill, so many nicknames, the fiver, the 5-spot, 5 bucks. And now, Red Roof Inn's own version. Bobby?
The Red Roof Inn. Play on words. That's $5 in cash that you'll get every night you stay at Red Roof Inns when you check in with this coupon.
To check out improvements going on now nationwide, get your $5 cashback coupon in Tuesdays and Thursdays USA Today.
I thank you, and he thanks you.
It happens every year in some of the most remote stretches of land in Mexico, and in the world of off-road racing, it's truly the whole enchilada, the legendary Baja 1000, a mountain of dust for those who can stand to eat it, and the end of the line for those who can't. That's why more drivers who challenge the Baja rely on the Duralast battery than any other. The same Duralast you can rely on in your car, because it's the one we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
Track Facts are brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil for a clean running engine.
Okay, pretty chilly here today at Bristol, so you want to keep all your equipment as warm as you possibly can. This is the air gun that Bill Wilburn is using to change the front tires on Rusty Wallace's car. Normally, these sit on the wall during the race, but today it's back here next to this generator, which is producing heat, and the reason is because when it gets cold, this directional button has a tendency to become very hard to push. That's what controls which way the ratchet goes. You push it in, it'll go the other way. So they want to keep this gun as warm as possible so this button doesn't freeze up during pit stops. Now, one follow-up to our track back from Darlington. We showed you the air guns from the 5 bunch and about how they change theirs out about every 2 races or every 20 pit stops. Well, this is the anvil from one of those wrenches. And as you can see right here, it broke 2 days after we did that last track back when the team was doing pit practice at the Hendrick Motorsport shops in Charlotte. This is the anvil here. When you put the lug nut on, it goes one way. When you put it on, take them off, it reverses itself. You can see the wear in here. But this is how, when you see broken air guns during pit stops, this is usually where they break. This one broke during practice. You never lose a lap during practice.
Boy, I tell you, you got to love race fans. It is cold here. I won't say it's chilly. It is cold. The wind chill. The sun has come in and out, but the wind chill with the wind blowing And that's one of the reasons Bill Weber was able to show us that they were keeping those guns warm with the generators.
The exhaust was there and the generator coming out, heating the gun. Ray done that?
Well, guys, there's a very heated conversation going on down here with the NASCAR officials, Steve Meal and Jack Roush. What they're saying is, like I called on the pit stop, that Martin beat out Mayfield and Earnhardt, and that's not the way they're lined up on the racetrack. So they're going to go back and look at it. But they're saying that Mayfield beat the 6th car out of the pit area, and I don't believe that's the case.
Well, Chip Warren, the NASCAR official, talking to Steve Meal and Jack Roush, and they'll relay their sentiments to the NASCAR tower. There's Chip holding the stop sign. Steve Meal just walking back toward our camera, checking with his pit guy, Jack Roush, who owns the car.
Every position is so important. We talk all day about track position, and just, one position means a lot.
There we see Brian Dehart talking to Steve Meal and Jack Roush, and Brian is talking to the tower.
And they're discussing position number 14 on the racetrack.
Meanwhile, there's Chip Warren that we talked about just a moment ago, the guy with the stop-and-go paddle. I was watching a replay of the 1979 Daytona 500 the other day. He was the flagman for that race.
In 79?
In 79.
Yeah.
Well, while they get that sorted out, safety car has the field in tow.
Yep, they're not going to start. We see the lights back on in the pace car.
And Doyle Ford waving that yellow flag, telling the crews we will not go back to green, so we'll take a break and come back with a green flag in a moment.
When people hear the Hendrick Motorsports team switched to Quaker State last year, they'll probably think Quaker State wrote us the big check. Well, that's not how it happened. First, it had to pass our camshaft test. Then it had to pass our dyno test. Then it had to pass the track test. Then they wrote us the big check.
Quaker State, for a clean running engine.
There is a sport as American as the automobile. It's a sport that never went on strike. And when its players want more money, well, they just get out and race for it. For these reasons and a million others, millions love it like no other. The Die Hard battery salutes the Die Hard race fans everywhere, as dependable and true as the name itself.
People here communicate mind to mind. There is no race. There are no genders.
There is no age.
No age. There are no infirmities.
There are only minds.
Only minds.
Utopia?
No.
No. The internet. Where minds, doors, and lives open up.
Is this a great time or what? Firestone has developed the tire technology so advanced they use it on Indy cars in the worst possible condition, the race. And if it can handle 172 miles per hour wet, 55 is a piece of cake. Introducing the Firehawk SC50, made possible by Unity, our ultimate tire technology, and by a tread patterned after our Indy rain tire, the Firehawk SC50, for the rain, for the road.
Well, half a lap ago, back to green, lap 306 this time, and caution flag number 16.
Right now, 94 car, Bill Elliott is the leader. Chad Little in the 97, the John Deere car. Pontiac is running in second. 75, Rick Mast is third.
Now, there are 5 cars that didn't make a pit stop, and the car number 22 of Ward Burton stayed out front. He's back in the lead lap now. He didn't make a pit stop.
Now, that's the rear shot out of the back of the Miller Lite Ford of Rusty Wallace looking back at Dale Garrett. They are mired back in heavy traffic, back in 7th and 8th spot.
They came out of the pit. Jeff Gordon, of those that pitted, he came out first. Rusty Wallace was second. Dale Jarrett third. But there were 5 cars that did not make pit stops, so that put them back 6th, 7th, and 8th position. see Terry Labonte is right there behind Jimmy Spencer, and Jeff Bodine is right there as well. 5 cars in there. Yeah, you mentioned Steve Grissom. He's right there with him. And Brett Bodine is not far behind him either. Brett had some problems earlier, but he's still right up there fighting.
There's a Napa field summary. You can see where your favorite driver is running. On parentheses on the right is where the car started. Jimmy Spencer running 9, started 10.
Oh, trouble here. 25 and 9, late speed, and Jack Sprague, caution number 17.
And all those cars now are going to get a lap back.
John Andretti's fence coming off of turn 4. Probably got bumped when he slowed down.
So the 22, the 43, the 95, and the 10 all get a lap back. So those 4 cars Benny just mentioned get their laps back, and Jack Sprague gets a heavily damaged race car. The Budweiser Chevy trying to make its way to pit road.
Of course, the 10 and the 44 were many laps down, but they got one of their laps back.
And Ward Burton got his lap back, as did the car number 95 of Ed Berrier.
And I tell you what, you got to feel sorry for the crew on this 25 car, because they have really had some tough luck. About 5 or 6 times this year, they've torn up cars. I think the last 3 races, heavy damage to the car. Tough situation for the crew on this car. Now they're pushing the car behind the wall, trying to get out of harm's way. This is not the Budweiser crew. This is actually the 37 crew of Jeremy Mayfield. There we see Lake Speed.
Ooh, that hurts.
And contact between Sprague and Lake Speed as they came off the corner.
Well, you can almost feel that when he hit that concrete. Jack Sprague climbing out of the Budweiser Chevrolet, the Spring Lake, Michigan driver. That contact brings out caution flag number 17. Back with more from Thunder Valley in a moment.
White, you're the Snake.
I sure am. Meet my new driver, Larry.
I got this, Snake.
Hey, the kid's fast.
Whoops. Guess I'm on empty.
Here, use this. The official NHRA MasterCard. But watch it, son. It's a killer.
Be a mover and shaker yourself with an official NHRA MasterCard credit card through MBNA. To apply, call now for your choice of 9 custom NHRA cards. You'll get a low introductory annual percentage rate, no annual fee, and all the benefits it takes to really shake things up.
That sure is some card, Mr. Prudhomme.
It's smoking.
Yeah, I'm calling to apply for one of those NHRA MasterCards.
The kid's smart, too.
Apply now yourself for the hottest card in town, the official NHRA MasterCard. Call now and get things shaking.
Hello, I'm the Queen of England, and I recently appointed myself spokesperson for your Major League Soccer. And though the ball didn't exactly bounce Galaxy's way today, think of England, 1940. What with the Jerrys and all? We kept our chins up and fought the good fight, and, well, here we are. So, carry on. Tomorrow's a new day. Pixie, Suckles, let's check the shower. Hello, I'm the Queen of England. And you are?
Our speed road coverage of the 37th running of the NASCAR Winston Cup Food City 500 from Thunder Valley, Bristol Motor Speedway, is being brought to you by AC Delco Automotive Parts. AC Delco is like buying time. And by Smooth Busch Beer and easy drinking Busch Light, the official beer of NASCAR. On tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, you can join Kenny Mayne, RPM tonight. Pick up the Formula One highlights of Argentina, NHRA Fram National highlights, and a complete kart wrap-up from the Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach. And if you want online information, how about NASCAR online? www.nascar.com. Complete features including information on all 12 of NASCAR's touring divisions. Now, Ray Dunlap was caught up with Jack Sprague. Ray?
Well, guys, you can see by looking at the front end of the Budweiser Chevrolet, they're definitely done for the day. Jack, your third Winston Cup start here. I know it's a big disappointment. You hit a lot of things out there today.
What a day. It was probably the worst day I've had in a couple of years, but it was pretty tight at first, but Andy kept working on it, and the Budweiser Chevrolet got pretty good. When we were behind, we caught up to that group of 10 or 12 cars there, and and it was best had been all day, and then Skinner went into 3 on the apron and got wigged out of shape up there and came down and knocked the body off and bent the front end up. Then it was pretty much riding around for the rest of the day, but this team's had a lot of bad breaks, and they got another one. I feel bad for Budweiser and everybody on the race team.
Tell me real quickly the difference of running here at Bristol in a truck race to the Winston Cup race.
Everything happens a little bit faster.
Oh, he's disappointed, guys. They're out for the day.
You see him shaking his head. Boy, what a tough day for Jack Sprague and the Budweiser crew. Rick Hendrick.
Now, that caution came out. Let's watch here. Rusty Wallace comes up on Daryl Waltrip. And look at him. He almost gets sideways there. As he come up a little bit in a hurry, the caution flag was coming up. And behind this, then, we mentioned that John Andretti had spun out. And there he is. Don't know if he got a tap from the rear. Dale Earnhardt was the next car behind him there. But anyway, John Andretti just spun down to the inside. That was after the wreck had already happened on the front straightaway.
And there's the cleanup procedure taking place at the end of the front stretch. Safety crews here at Bristol Motor Speedway working hard. And we're working caution number 17, 3 away from a record.
Hi, you got any of these? Ooh, will this leather case fit my cell phone? It's not from Radio Shack.
Yes, it will.
Perfect. What about a long-life battery? A car adapter? A universal remote? Cordless computer mouse? An AC adapter for this? Wow, you got wireless speakers, dual headphones.
Whatever you've got, wherever you got it, Radio Shack's got over 10,000 accessories to help it work better.
Oh, yeah. Got any connectors?
Parts, too.
Great.
Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Precious Hotline, what's the problem?
We're stuck with Skunky beer.
So it's not Budweiser?
No.
Remain calm, sir. We're on our way.
Next time, look for this.
New Born on Dating from Budweiser, because fresh beer tastes better.
Precious Hotline.
Could we order some Chinese?
One of my customers was telling me that he never knew what was going to break next on his car. But at least he knew this. Whatever it was, Napa would have the parts to fix it.
Now there's an easier way to buy the parts you need at Napa, the Napa Card. An instant line of credit that gives you 90 days, same as cash, on purchases over $200. Plus, it's good at thousands of Napa Auto Parts stores and Napa Auto Care centers. The Napa Card. Another way Napa keeps America running.
America running.
When Quaker State sponsored Jeff Gordon finished first at the Daytona 500, maybe it was luck. And maybe when Quaker State teammate Terry Labonte came in second, it was just another good day at the track. But with Quaker State's Ricky Craven coming in third, you just have to wonder, is there something special in this team's blood or in their engines? Quaker State, the quality the Hendricks Racing Team demands, the quality your car deserves. Quaker State, a clean sweep at Daytona.
Flag waves at Bristol, Tennessee. Bill Elliott leads them out of turn 2 on lap 321.
There's our second place car, Ted Little, the 97 car.
Rick Mass getting by there in the car number 75. First time we've seen much of Rick today, but now he's up in second place. Ted Little still having a great run, too.
And we see the 29 car go under the 98 of John Andretti. The 29 car is in 5th spot. And there's the 24 car, the 2, and the 88. These are the cars that make pit stops, trying to their best to work their way back to traffic. And if they get a break and pass someone, it would really be good.
6th, 7th, and 8th. Gordon, Wallace, and Jarrett. Denny Spencer is 9th. Terry Labonte is 10th.
The 98 car is John Andretti, 7 laps down currently. There he is on the outside, letting the cars go by.
Bill Elliott is the leader. Rick Mass running in second place. Good run for Mass. And there goes Chad Little back around Rick Mass as his Pontiac takes the second spot away. Mass and Remington Arms forward of Butch Mock back in third spot.
And Jerry Kendall said this morning on the 75 car, they changed 4 springs, 4 shocks, front sway bar, everything on the the car and said, it's been pushing ever since we've been here. It will be loose today. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But they changed everything to make it that way.
There's a 29 car that got that lap back, stayed in the lead lap, I should say, when that incident caution number 15, Robert Presley. He is right in front of Jeff Gordon, and he's running in 5th place.
Running in the 5th spot. There goes Jeff Gordon diving to the inside. Can't quite get by.
Now remember, the 29, we've said it several times today, because there's several cars that are off sequence as far as pit stops are concerned, and the 29 does not have as pressure tires as Jeff Gordon does. And after we run some laps, this car will start getting a little loose. Jeff Gordon hadn't made that pass yet. John Kernan, more on Bob Presley.
Well, whenever I walked across with Bill Engel this morning when we were coming into the garage area, he said they were going to change everything on that car this morning because they just did not feel comfortable with it. He said, you know, we had Ricky Rudd, some notes from when I worked with Ricky Rudd, some Alan for Ricky notes. He said, so what we did was we just took those two different setups, flipped a coin, and chose one. So it looks like it's doing all right now. Even though Robert's got some damage on the front end of that car, they're running pretty good laps. But as Ned pointed out, Robert, along with those other 4 guys up in the front that did not pit, they are out of sequence with the other guys.
You know, look at Rusty Wallace, man. We talked about, I think Bill Weber said he made a chassis adjustment on that 2 car the last pit stop. I'm not sure it's helping the car.
Right, he doesn't seem to be able to pass as quickly as he could. How about Dick Trickle here? He's taking over 3rd from Rick Mast. Trickle, a good run in the Junie Don Levy Hollick Myers Ford.
So Elliott the leader.
Now Rusty gets on the, I'm sorry, Jared. Rusty gets on the inside of Robert Presley. Here comes Jared. He'll try to make that move as well. Rusty got down there once before and got completely sideways coming off the turn and couldn't make the pass.
Now Jarrett makes a look to the inside. Presley slides high. Jarrett will take the spot away. Here comes Spencer down on the inside. And they are side by side in 1.
Down the 7 car, Steve Grissom 41, all those cars trying to take advantage of the 29 cars that drift up the racetrack. There goes 29. Here comes Grissom.
Bill Elliott still just sitting out front riding as we watch this action back in the pack.
Meanwhile, a battle for 3rd spot is shaping up between Dick Trickle and Jeff Gordon.
And Trickle moves high. Lets Gordon just go right on by on the inside.
And Jeff will try to continue on and catch the 97 car of Chad Little, who's currently running in 2nd spot.
There's the 97 car, the John Deere Pontiac. We'll check our AutoZone on-track interval. There's the 97, and there is the 24 car.
There we see the leader, Bill Elliott, 2.6 and 2.1, so half second in 5 laps. He gained on the leader, and meanwhile was battling with traffic while he did that.
Again, Elliott's one of those drivers that has tires that's been on his car for a while.
Our Napa field summary shows Bill Elliott from 18th, he's their leader. Chad Little back to the 21st spot. See where your favorite driver is running, where they started. Earnhardt from 29th to 14th. Mark Martin from 23rd to 13th.
Good run for Trickle. And back to the next place, that's Lake Speed, and there's the Rick Mast car, currently running in 5th spot.
He's about to be overhauled by Rusty Wallace. You can see Rusty coming up on him there.
I wonder what that rubber in the left rear in that last pit stop did for Rusty Wallace, or did. I don't think his car is running as well as it was. At least on the bottom of the racetrack. Now he tries to pull up on Rick Mast. It
in there that should have tightened the car up. And maybe after they run a while, it should make it better. And I'm sure that's what he was trying to accomplish, get the car where it would be better in longer runs. Maybe be a little bit tight while the tires are still new. But after they run a while, it should help him as he goes by Rick Mass now and takes over the 5th position.
Jared started to dive to the inside. Saw Dave Marcus up there. Wisely backed off and passed Marcus on the outside.
Well, let's check in on Rusty with Bill Weber.
Well, on that last pit stop, the crew took a spring rubber out of the right rear. And when they were in that traffic, Rusty was really trying to be as patient as Rusty Wallace can. You almost want to say he was tiptoeing around Bristol, which may not be a very good decision, but that was what he was doing. Robin Pemberton and Drew Sheep told me they're happy with their car. They wanted to set it up for the end of the race at about lap 300. That's pretty much what they did. 150 to go. No panic, just patience in the Wallace pit.
Now let's check Rusty Wallace to see how he's doing with our leader, Bill Elliott. We see he was 3.4 seconds. 5 laps later, 3 seconds. So he gained 4/10 of a second in those 5 laps.
Well, he's closing in. We might mention for you Bobby Labonte fans. Bobby Labonte, the Interstate Batteries Pontiac, just pulled back on the racetrack as a repair. So
now, right now, Jeff Gordon, the 24, has closed in on the 97 of Chad Little. And right on the back bumper of Chad Little.
Chad has been keeping pace with Bill Elliott up there. Here Gordon goes, down on the inside. Makes the pass, now he's in second.
there are the intervals at the line that time by. A little over a second back between Gordon and Elliott.
Tell you what, I'm impressed with the job Chad Little's doing, Ned.
Having a great run in the John Deere Pontiac.
A terrific run.
As of last time, he was still concerned about his wife Donna, who's back in Charlotte, 2 weeks overdue for their first baby.
2.96. Let's see what Jeff Gordon can do this time when they go by the start-finish line. Elliott goes by 0.82, so he gained almost 1,500ths of a second. Rusty gained 1/10 of a second, or 1,200ths of a second that lap. The 082, 291, let's check it again. 056, 3/10 of a second. 254.
And we got a spin on the backstretch. Looks like
Start of a 95, loops it around Ned. That'll certainly close it up. The intervals go completely away.
Ricky Rudd trying his best in that 10 car to get a lap back, could not do it.
And still no caution flag. No caution flag as yet.
And Jeff Gordon has taken the lead. Bill Elliott slowed down, thought there would be a caution. Everybody else slowed down as well. And Gordon heads up, kept motoring. Now he's in the lead.
We could probably give a call to the spotter on the 24 car, Dave Clayton, for telling Jeff, no caution, keep it in the map. We'll see what happened to Barrier as he came off that second corner just a moment ago. There you see, just comes off the corner all by himself, gets on the accelerator, around he goes, he makes another 360, tries to keep it out of the wall, and does keep it out of the wall.
And he's another driver's done a good job here today, Ben. He got a lap down one time, got it back, and was still in the lead lap when this happened.
There we see Elliott coming by. He thinks taking the caution flag. He slows down. Kyle Petty drives away. Here goes Ricky Rudd by, and here goes Jeff Gordon by to take the lead.
You're right. The spotter could get credit for that.
So Tapman, a job well done.
Less than 150 laps remaining here in Bristol, Tennessee. Jeff Gordon is our leader. Bill Elliott runs in second spot. Chad Little is third, Dick Trickle fourth, and Rusty Wallace in fifth. The man who's won the last 2 Food City 500s in a row, trying to hold on to make it 3. Back with more in a moment.
This year, thousands of people will visit places like New York, Montreal, San Francisco, and the Bahamas. And who will take them there? Sea-Doo, the best-selling boat in the world.
Right now, with the purchase of a Sea-Doo watercraft, you'll get free travel on Delta Airlines in North America. Plus, no payments on your new Sea-Doo watercraft till September 97. It's ride-free, fly-free for a limited time at your Sea-Doo dealer.
The Wildcats are #1. Now you can get your piece of Arizona history with Sports Illustrated's Wildcat National Championship package, free with your paid subscription. SI's limited edition, hardbound, individually numbered Wildcat commemorative and this officially licensed National Championship mini basketball are free when you order 54 issues of SI for only $1.48 an issue. Save over 55% off the cover price. Use your credit card. Celebrate Arizona's dream season with 2 exclusive collectibles from Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
It's in a jar, in the car, in a drawer, on the floor. It's all over the place. So where's your loose change? Well, it's time to cash in those coins with the Money Wrapper, the automated coin machine that sorts, stacks, counts, and wraps your loose change in one easy step. Just place the coin wrappers in the Money Wrapper and drop in a handful of loose change. The Money Wrapper switches on automatically, spinning and separating the coins, then sending them down the chute to be sorted. Pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters all drop into their own removable tubes at a rate of hundreds of coins per minute, automatically stacked, counted, and all wrapped up. When you're done, your Money Wrapper shuts off by itself. And when you're ready to cash in, simply pull the lever and start piling up those neat rolls of counted wrapped coins. So don't throw your loose change away. Get it growing today. The Money Wrapper. It makes perfect sense.
Call 1-800-207-4343 to order your Money Wrapper for $24.95 plus $5.95 shipping, or send check or money order to the address on your screen.
Alan Bestwick here. Join me for NASCAR Shop Talk after the race. Great NASCAR Winston Cup champion caps like these. To go with NASCAR Winston Cup champions like these. Terry Labonte and Jeff Gordon with me. NASCAR Shop Talk right after the race.
And give me my hat back. Thank you.
And following Shop Talk today, we'll go to Amelia Island, Florida for the Boston Lawn Championships. Tennis. Yeah, we're going to get volleying in a hurry.
Well, Michael Waltrip watches Daryl Waltrip go by and watch Ricky Rudd go by. There's the leader, Jeff Gordon, trying to get by Michael Waltrip. This is the backstretch. And there goes Michael.
Michael is in 22nd position. Goes the lap down.
And, of course, the man who will be on Shop Talk after the conclusion of the Food City 500, Jeff Gordon.
Rusty Wallace takes over 4th from Chad Little. Dale Jarrett will take over 5th. Terry Labonte will take over 6th. There's Jeff Gordon still fighting traffic.
Gordon, our leader. Elliott running in 2nd spot. Our Napa field summary. You can follow where your favorite driver is running, where they started, and where they currently are in the field.
About 5 laps ago, Jeff Gordon was 5 seconds ahead of Rusty Wallace. But now, that's been trimmed down to a little over 3 seconds. Jeff got in that heavy traffic that he's still in right here, and that has cost him a lot of time on the racetrack. Rusty will have to deal with that traffic, too, when he gets up to it.
See Mike Skinner very slow on the apron of the racetrack. Looks like he is done today in the Lowe's Home Improvement Chevrolet as Daryl Waltrip goes a lap down to the leader, another lap down.
A little bit of nostalgia. Those of you who just joined us late on Daryl Waltrip's car, those are the colors of the Budweiser car. Daryl drove in the middle 80s. The first of 5 different color schemes you'll see on that car for the remainder of 1997, celebrating his 25th anniversary. Unfortunately, then, he's not running that well today.
Well, he's been in and out the pits a lot on green flag there. He's being shown in 29th position, 15 laps behind the leader, Jeff Gordon.
There we go. Jeff Bodine trying to get by Jimmy Spencer. It looks like we've seen this all day today.
Well, they have raced and raced and raced. It looks like at least 2/3 of the time that we've been watching those guys have been running together.
So Bodine was able to get by. Now can Mark Martin get by? He comes up, gets on the inside. Steve Grissom, the 41 car, trying his best, trying to follow. Meanwhile, Rusty Wallace has taken over 3rd spot, as you can see on our pylon. And here comes Mark trying to get on the inside. Spencer Spencer hanging on tough on the outside. Martin will take this spot away, and here comes Grissom.
Oh, near contact between Grissom and Spencer, but we do have one car being tapped from behind. That was the 71 car. Got a little bump from Rusty.
Well, this is some of the heavy traffic that Jeff Gordon was going through a little while ago when he lost so much time to Rusty Wallace as he was coming up through there. And now Rusty's facing it. He's out clear now, though. Has no cars in front of him.
And watching Bill Jerry down the backstretch, Morgan Shepherd takes his car. I thought it was one of the pits on the back, but he's slow on the inside of the racetrack.
Now, Jeff Gordon has picked back up to over a 5-second lead over Rusty once again. Because, as you said, Rusty got to get in that traffic too, and it cost him the same amount of time to help Gordon.
We'll show you our interval from the leader. There's Jeff Gordon, Bill Elliott, a little over 2 seconds back.
Rusty Wallace was behind that time, and this time it's 5.3. So yes, he did. But we see the 24 car pass the 22, and
he put Ward Burton a lap down in 20th position.
This time we'll check it out. You see Rusty Wallace came by, and that time he was a little bit on Rusty. Bill Elliott's hanging pretty tough there in second spot.
Yeah, with those tires as old as they are, and those cars, everybody's going to have to make at least one more pit stop.
Dale Earnhardt is struggling in the Goodrich Chevrolet as Brett Bodine goes by.
Brett was having a great one. Sparky had a great one earlier, but he has now lost 5 spots in the last 3 or 4 laps.
And he's about to go a lap down. Jeff Gordon is coming up, not too far behind Dale Earnhardt as he tries to stay up on that outside there. And there you see Gordon, how close he has come now. He's one car. That's Strickland, car number 8, between he and Earnhardt. Earnhardt running in the 19th position. Here's Dale Jarrett trying to go around Rusty Wallace. They've been battling ever since they restarted. Here's Terry Labonte. He'll come by as well. Rusty's car, I don't think is as good as it was earlier.
Now here comes Dick Trickle closing in. He's trying to get by Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, but they just passed Dick not too long ago. Now, I'm sure that Todd Parrott and that crew have made improvements on his car, as well as Terry Labonte's crew, Gary Deanhart, and his crew made improvements on his car, too, so they're certainly not taking anything away from them that they could pass Rusty Wallace, but Rusty has been so strong all day.
Well, 19 cars on the lead lap, and Earnhardt is the 19th. As Jeff Gordon tries to put him a lap down with about 112 laps remaining.
Earnhardt trying to stay on that lead lap. He knows if you stay on the lead lap, you can win. A lap down, you can't win. Ooh, Gordon comes up close to the outside retaining wall. And the stands, all the fans stand up and applaud as Jeff Gordon goes by, or boo, whichever the case may be.
118,000 of them anyway got up on their feet to watch that pass.
They said something. So Earnhardt still continues to struggle in 1997.
Green flag runs that we've had. Let's Field go by here and see where your favorite driver is on the racetrack.
Well, she said Musgrave's got his car. That's got to be a rolling race.
That's Bill Elliott, our second place car, who won this race back in 1988. Whoa, some contact between Elliott and Ricky Rudd. A little bit of a nudge. Typical Bristol racing. Our snapshot of Bill Elliott.
Ricky Rudd is in 30th position, 17 laps down, but I mentioned earlier that he's been running almost as fast as the leader since he got back out there. He got involved in a skirmish earlier in the race and had some damage on his side forward. Had to work on it a while, but he's running good now.
There's a third place car, Dale Jerry. We've been running about 100 laps these cars have.
Yeah, this is the longest that they've been out there since they've been in the pits.
Well, next time by, they will actually have run exactly 100 laps. Very nice calculation. He must have borrowed Bob's calculator. They put it on lap 295, and it'll be 395 next time by.
There's their fourth place car, Terry Labonte. Fifth place car, Rusty Wallace.
And behind him is Dick Trickle in the car number 90. Down here today.
fun he is having. He's hanging on to those Winston Cup points and could really improve himself today with a good finish. There's the QVC LA West sponsored car.
6-car Mark Martin is their 8th place car. Is the 9. He's on the inside of Joe Nemechek and goes by the Bell South Chevy.
Nemechek is the 21st speed, 1 lap down.
Now we see our 8th place car, Mark Martin.
Then comes the 9th place car of Steve Grissom, the Kodiak Chevrolet. He's hanging in there. Had a good day so far.
And there's a 10th place car of Chad Little, the car number 97. Chad started back in 21st. That was high as 2nd. And running 10th.
There's Spencer. He still continues to try to run that high groove. He is our 11th place car. 11th place car is 75 of Rick Mass from Remington Arms Ford.
And he'll be in 12th position behind the Spencer car. Trainer back in 13th, the car number 33, the Stoll Chevrolet.
That's just off one. Looks like he's closing on the back of Mass. Mayfield, 14th place this afternoon. Kmart, Cola. And here comes Brett Bonatti. Not too far away. That's the battle for 14th spot.
Amazing we still got that many cars on the lead lap. But we've had a lot of caution flags, but still all that trouble. And the last car on the lead lap was this car right here. Bobby Hamilton, car number 43. And you can see the leader right behind him about to put him another lap down. Or a lap down. He's been a lap down once before, got back and got him lap down.
That's Michael Waltrip, Sitco Ford right in front of him. He slides high. Hamilton goes downstairs. So will Jeff Ford. Less than 100 laps to go now at Bristol, Tennessee. And those are the 16 cars you just saw on the lead lap. As the final 100 laps, the Thunder Valley coming your way. 37th running of the Food Sitting 500. Jeff Gordon trying to make it 3 in a row here on the high base at Bristol. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
What makes the Chevy Monte Carlo so great?
Aerodynamic balance and rear downforce.
4-stroke, great horsepower.
Absolutely minimal drag coefficient.
Really nice map light.
Monte Carlo has won more races than any other car in NASCAR Winston Cup history. Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more champions trust, for all kinds of reasons.
What makes the Monte Carlo so good? Me.
Some people are learning quite a lot about brakes these days. But what they may not know is that AC Delco has brakes for just about everything on the road. From Fords to Chryslers to Hondas to Toyotas. So, no matter what they drive or how they're driving it, they can trust AC Delco to put a stop to it.
Now there's a motor oil made to handle the stresses on your hard-working engine. 4x4 synthetic blend from Quaker State. Hard driving. Extreme temperatures, especially towing and hauling. They all make your light truck or sport utility vehicle work extra hard and could shorten its life. Why settle for a conventional car oil? Get a synthetic blend that can take the punishment. 4x4 from Quaker State for hard-working engines.
Bristol Motor Speedway, 18th caution flag today, coming out on lap 409. This beautiful shot of the field slowing down atop this Rose Bowl of racetracks, courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil, the Pennzoil Copter Camp. I am Bristol Motor Speedway. Now, a time correction on RPM tonight. It's going to be on at 6 o'clock Eastern time. That'll be at 6 Eastern time. And Kenny Mayne will have Formula One highlights from Argentina, NHRA, Fram National highlights, and a complete kart wrap-up from the Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach, California. That's Kenny Mayne and Company, RPM tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern time on ESPN2.
Now, there was a caution flag, but no crash. Morgan Shepherd had a flat tire or something and stopped on the racetrack. That's why NASCAR had to throw the caution flag. Cars racing back to the line. Here comes the leader. 24 cars, the 36 of Derek Cope trying to get a lap back. Did he make it?
He's going to be close.
Where's the line? Where's the white line?
I think he's going to make it, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He made it. Pit stops.
Good move by Derek Cope. Let's check into the pits with John Kernan.
The caution came at a great time for Bill Elliott. They were going to have to pit about 15 laps from now. Right side work already done. No changes on the top car. Left side tires on. Let's go down to Jeff Gordon, the leader, and Bill Weber's pit. Right sides are on the DuPont Chevrolet. Left side's going on. 1 can of fuel. Elliott begins the parade down pit road. Now Gordon is down. He will beat the 94 out. 18.7 for Gordon to the back pits in red.
Mark Martin just brought the Valvoline Ford in. The car that needed this pit stop the most, though, was Dale Earnhardt. They said his car was very, very tight. He just couldn't turn it in the corners. Again, no chassis adjustments in the car number 6 here, so they're going with tires again. Mark very happy with his race car.
Valvoline crew back there for Martin.
This should be the last pit stop, Jerry. They should be able to go the rest of the way now.
Well, just 90 laps remaining, so if they stay green, as you said, Ned, there will be no more pit stops, but don't bet on it. We've had 18 cautions thus far, and we've got a way to go. Back in a moment.
When it comes to building a comfortable home, you certainly have your options. Making your home feel as good as it looks requires an essential. Ask for Tyvek Home Wrap from DuPont. It helps keep weather out, comfort in, and that's basic to better building.
Have you outgrown your current position or find yourself unemployed? Then it's time to look in the National Business Employment Weekly. You'll find top jobs with top companies and advice on landing them. Order 8 issues for only $38, and you'll also get the job search guide free. Look in the National Business Employment Weekly. You never know what you'll find.
To subscribe, call 800-292-1400. That's 800-292-1400.
Time to enter the ESPN2 NHL Power Play Sweepstakes, presented by Dodge, MasterCard, and Quaker State. You can win large. You can win a trip for 2 to an ESPN televised 97 Stanley Cup final game, a 97 Dodge Avenger, a $5,000 gold MasterCard, or a case of Quaker State motor oil. Check out any ESPN2 NHL playoff game on these dates. Watch the first game of the night. Call this number with the name of the team to get the first power play and have a chance to win. NHL players are not eligible to enter this contest.
The Four Tops made their sound, the Detroit sound.
Then we took it all over the U.S. and around the world. If you want to reach the world, you have to know where to start.
Start with Northwest Airlines. They're the best.
You're watching NASCAR Winston Cup Racing today from Bristol Motor Speedway. Next week, we're in Martinsville, Virginia. Friday with qualifying at live 3 p.m. Eastern Time on the Deuce. Saturday, NASCAR Federalized Modifieds live at 2 o'clock Eastern Time on the Deuce, followed by happy hour in the afternoon at 5:30. Then on Sunday, NASCAR Today at 12:30, and our live flag-to-flag coverage on the Gooding Headache Powder 500 at 1 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN. We'll go back to green in Bristol, Tennessee.
And Sterling Marlin just didn't have the motor to get a good start. He was down on the inside of Jeff Gordon. Dale Earnhardt was behind him, hoping to get a lap back, but he couldn't do it because Marlin couldn't go. And here's the change for the lead, Benny.
Rusty Wallace, a great run off the second corner, just on the inside of Jeff Gordon, and takes the spot away. Then I said we hadn't seen them pass one another. Now we have.
We have. One of Gordon's car is quite as strong as it was before. Maybe this set of tires not as good. Dale Jarrett working on him there now.
Let's check in with Bill Weber.
And I think it might be that Rusty Wallace's car is a little bit better. When the caution came out, he mentioned to his crew, he told them, I wish I had that spring rubber back in there. So they dropped 2 pounds of air pressure on the right rear tire, and Rusty is flying. DJ looking at the 24, trying to get in the second to chase down Wallace.
And we talked about what a great run that Dick Griffin, the 90 car, and the 41 of Steve Goodson was having. I think both those cars were black flagged for speeding on pit road or something. They have fallen back to 17th and 18th, and evidently they were black flag for something they did on the route. I'm assuming it was speeding on pit road.
Meanwhile, on the racetrack, great battle for second spot. Dale Jarrett inches away from Jeff Gordon. Took a look under like 2 laps to go off turn 2. Now Gordon pulls away by about 3-4 feet, give it.
battling for position. Right now, it's the 6th spot.
All right, Ned, with fresh rubber, the speed should be up. Let's check the speeds they come by.
Yeah, they definitely should be up from what they were before. Yeah, over 118 miles an hour. Terry Labonte there at 119 miles an hour.
So Jeff Gordon, he thinks his car's going to come in, but he needs...
And there's trouble behind that. 23 and 7 finally got together up in turn 4.
And there's so much smoke that they can't see. The 75 car makes contact with the 98.
And here's Wallace. Here is Gordon and Earnhardt coming through. Jeff Gordon up high. Earnhardt dives low.
Got his lap back.
And Earnhardt got his lap back. Went all the way back to the bottom of the racetrack and by Rusty Wallace. Okay, that's the 19th caution.
Let's hope we wouldn't ever.
We got one more to tie and 2 to break it. Let's show you what happened to bring out caution number 19.
Okay, here's the 7 car, the black car on the left. Jimmy Spencer comes up behind him in the yellow car. Starts down on the inside. Bodine comes down a little bit. Spencer had the nose in there, and they make contact, and around they go.
And Spencer nails the gas, does a 360, and watch as these cars continue to come through. There we see the 90 car, the 41 car trying to get by. You will see, in a moment, we're going to see the leader, Rusty Wallace, come in. Here's Earnhardt as he tries to get a lap back. There's the second place car, Jeff Gordon. And Earnhardt dives down to the inside on the apron of the racetrack and passes Rusty Wallace to get that lap back.
Well, he just turned left and nailed the throttle. Let's go down to Ray Dunlap in the Earnhardt pit.
Well, guys, you called it right up there. It was a huge break for Dale Earnhardt and the Goodwrench crew. But look at this tire. This was the last tire that they pulled off the race car. Everyone was wondering, why are they going backwards so fast? The tire was blistering, and Dale just couldn't hold on. A big break for Dale Earnhardt.
Here's Jeff Bodine in the pits in the front straightaway. The QVC crew, now Pat Trice and company going to work there.
We had some contact with the left side of them. He hit the wall with the left side, so I guess the toe end's messed up. They're going to have to adjust that.
Yeah, bad break for Jeff Bodine. He had run in the top 10 just about all day long. So, tough break here for him.
The LA West QVC car for Bodine. 425 laps are complete. 75 laps remain. They all pitted on lap 410, so you got to believe unless someone has a problem, they're not going to lose that valuable track position.
Well, Dale Earnhardt's pitting on the backstretch, but he's the last car on the lead lap, so that's a good, smart move by him. And I think Derek Cope also pitting back there on the backstretch. He come in. They have nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Well, fresh rubber on the Goodwrench Chevrolet. He, as you said, Ned, is in 16th spot. Back with more from Thunder Valley in a moment.
When Quaker State sponsored Jeff Gordon finished first at the Daytona 500, maybe it was luck. And maybe when Quaker State teammate Terry Labonte came in second, it was just another good day at the track. But with Quaker State's Ricky Craven coming in third, you just have to wonder, is there something special in this team's blood or in their engines? Quaker State, the quality the Hendricks Racing Team demands, the quality your car deserves. Quaker State, a clean sweep at Daytona.
There are hundreds of lawnmowers to choose from, with a broad range of quality features designed to meet your needs. But the ones that have the edge to do the job right have one feature in common: a powerful, high-performance Briggs & Stratton engine. Make sure your lawnmower is powered by Briggs & Stratton, the power in power equipment.
I do not drive to work. I do not drive to get from point A to point B. I do not drive to run away from the world. I just love to drive.
The new 1997 Monte Carlo. Personal space from genuine Chevrolet. The car's more America's trust.
Of Bristol resumed a half a lap ago. 4:29 to be exact. The 19th caution of the day is over, and Rusty just pulls away.
Well, he's got Jeff. Jeff Gordon caught on the outside of the lap car of Ward Burton. And right now, Dale Jarrett closes up once again, closes in on the back of that Chevrolet, trying to take that second spot away. There's a battle for position as Chad Little under the... And there we go, battle for second. Dale Jarrett put him in second.
Jarrett goes around Jeff Gordon, taking second spot away. Terry Labonte moving in on that bus. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, the strategy on the 24 car has been that it takes a while for the tires in the car to come in after a pit stop. So Ray Evernham, after that last pit stop, told Jeff Gordon, settle down, we'll be okay. And Jeff said, I don't know, this car does not feel the same as it has all day long. So Ray said, well, maybe these tires are a little different. Right now, Jeff's trying to get back on the C88, and he's going to pick up that position, and Terry Labonte goes along with him. So we'll have to wait and see if Gordon's car is getting better as the laps go by.
Well, Jeff Gordon did exactly to Dale Jarrett what Dale Jarrett had done to Jeff Gordon. He got up on him, worked him hard, got him loose, took the air off his spoiler and passed him. Gordon stayed right on the back bumper of Jarrett, did exactly the same thing, and both teams and the Hendrick cars went by.
Well, let's check in once again with Bill on Dale Jarrett.
Dale Jarrett may have a tire going down. They think it's okay now, but he thought for a while he had a tire going down, and that's what happened right there. So DJ thought he had it now, feels more comfortable now. Have to work it in and make sure he'll be careful for the next couple of laps here.
All right, that twosome, that Hendrick duo of Gordon and Labonte reeling in Rusty Wallace. That's the interval right there, 1.51 seconds back for the 24 car.
I would guess that Jarrett thinking he had a flat tire was the fact that Gordon got up under his rear bumper and just made him so loose that he thought he had a flat tire.
The two cars, I'm told, are gaining on Rusty Wallace. We see 1.42. Let's see, 1.36, so 0.08 of a second closer that time.
63 laps remain here in Bristol, Tennessee.
You see, Terry Labonte is not getting close enough to Jeff Gordon to get him loose. But like Ned was talking about, that would not be something good to do to your teammate that time. Almost a third of a second they gained on the leader.
A little bit of traffic there. The Dave Marcus car, they clear that. You see Dale Jarrett's car, top of your screen.
Chad Little was running in 5th place. Mark Martin is 6th.
Passing those cars, you see, lost 0.2 of a second.
Wallace the leader. This is the second and third place cars. Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte. Shipping away back to 1.28 seconds. See Jarrett fourth. As you said, Ned, Chad Little, great run back in 5th spot.
John Deere Pontiac.
Here we see the Jeff Bodine, Jimmy Spencer car.
Whoa. They made contact again. Around goes Jeff Bodine.
And he hit Steve Grissom. Hard contact in the wall.
What a tough break for Steve Grissom. Got caught up in somebody else's team.
Saw some contact a few laps ago between Spencer and Jeff Bodine, and that time also, once again, we see, we just hope that Steve Grissom is okay. We see the left rear tire of Grissom. He had heavy contact in the wall.
The window net is down. That's good news. You see Steve moving around inside the car. What a tough break.
Yeah, it's safe. Tough break, buddy.
Oh, man, don't get any tougher than that.
Poor, it just don't like a thing. All it hurt there just knocked the wheel off the left rear.
Well, it could be that the wheel...
Hurt, I promise.
Yeah.
Steve Grissom said it's hurt.
The wheels don't come off, Gary, unless it's got a hub or a stud hooked to it.
That's right.
I know, I thought the body, it just caught it about a couple inches.
Now, we were following the 7 car of Jeff Bodine and watching the 23 car of Jimmy Spencer move in.
This is down the backstretch. Here comes the 23 car. They come off the corner. Spencer goes by on the outside. Here comes Bodine. They come off the corner, and there's some contact. Now, here comes the 41 car and slams in that outside wall. We did not see that. We'll see it from a different angle.
Spencer's car gets up on the wall there.
Yes, it did. Right side came off the ground.
He stays out there, but boy, he could have some front end, toe end damage to his car.
Well, Spencer kept on going. He's still in 7th place, as you said, Ned, but he took a lick on that wall. We saw some sparks fly. Now Steve Grissom has climbed out of the Kodiak Chevrolet, and he hit a ton up there in turn 1.
23 was trying to wreck each other, weren't they? Yeah, they won't both of them in the trailer after the race. He started to go to the bottom, but he made it back.
I would see Steve limping as he leaves.
Well, there's what's left of Jeff Bodine's QVC Ford. Well, we have tied the records for caution set in the spring of 1989. 20th caution flag. After 444 laps, Rusty leads.
This is breakfast.
This is something McDonald's made famous. This is our latest invention. Say good morning to the My Size meal.
Morning, my size meal.
Now when you buy any drink, coffee, soft drink, orange juice,
Any size.
and hash browns, you can get one of 4 hot breakfast sandwiches, like this sausage biscuit with egg, for just 55 cents.
55 cents.
Every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 55 cents every day? I promise. That's chicken feed.
This is fast.
I'm Carol Martin, and this is my McDonald's.
When it comes to roping a steer, folks in Grand Junction, Colorado will tell you that Ron Markin can ride with the best of them. And when it comes to overhauling an engine or rebuilding a carburetor, well, he can do it all. You see, when Ron's not riding a horse for fun, he's turning a wrench for a living. So he buys a lot of parts, mostly from AutoZone. Sure, there are other parts stores in town, but Ron knows that when you want the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Our speed road coverage of the 37th running of the NASCAR Winston Cup Food City 500 from Thunder Valley. Bristol Motor Speedway is being brought to you by Team Monte Carlo, Chevy, the cars more champions trust. By Bridge & Stratton, your #1 source of power. Make sure all your outdoor power equipment has a Bridge & Stratton engine. And by Quaker State Motor Oil for a clean running engine. There's a car number 23 coming in for a tire change. It's just been on pit road.
He actually stopped twice because he was far back in the field. They had to change 2 and then catch up the field, came back in and changed the left side this last time. So now Spencer has 4 fresh tires on that Ford.
He probably has got a toe-in problem as well because there's pretty heavy contact with the outside retaining wall. We saw the right side jump off the ground.
That might not show up until it gets up to full speed.
Yeah, right.
Well, you really got a feel for Steve Grissom. He's the one that really suffered the most from this incident. Once again, here's what happened to bring out caution number 20.
Car's going to the third corner. That's Jeff Bodine on the bottom of 7 and 23, Jimmy Spencer. They've made contact about 20, 30 laps ago. Come off the corner, and once again, there's contact. Spencer continues on, but Bodine spins. And watch as Steve Grissom comes along and nails a 7 in the rear. He cuts his left rear down. He spins and slams in the outside retaining wall.
An innocent victim, Steve Grissom.
There we see the contact between the 7 and the 23. We saw the 23 go up. Now watch the 41 with no place to go. He's on the brakes hard. He's trying to go to the outside. Can't quite make it. Around he goes and slams the wall with the left side.
Steve Grissom, who had qualified 9th today, running in the top 10 most of the afternoon. There's the right side of that Kodiak Chevy. Looks pretty good. Larry Hedrick-owned car, but the left side is where all the damage was, particularly the left rear, as he came by and caught the left rear of Jeff Bodine's Ford.
See that Aladar up on the C-pillow? Year 2000. It's a computer outfit that they said they've got it figured out how to convert all the computers to put down 2001 or the year 2000. Because that's supposedly going to be a huge problem for banks and people like that, everything is dated.
How to convert from 1999 to 2000.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Rusty Wallace weaving back and forth. Doyle Ford has given the signal 1 lap. We'll be back under green. He's Mr. Bristol in the 90s. 14 races, 4 wins, 8 top 5s, 11 top 10s, 3 poles, and 15 qualifying attempts.
Now remember, Jeff Gordon and Terry Labonte were gaining on him right before that caution came out. They'll have 50 laps to go when they take the green flag.
Well, buckle your seatbelts. The Battle of Bristol is about to get serious. 50 laps remain. Actually, they'll take the green on lap 451. Makes it 49 to go. After 20 caution flags, here they come out of turn 4. Rusty, Jeff, Terry, Dale, and Chad.
Rusty got himself a great start once again.
A couple laps of that 24 car to define Chevy to get up to speed. But then once it does, it's all been running. Jared trying to go by Bill Nemechek, the Bell South Chevy. There's one car between Gordon and his teammate, Terry Labonte. Both these are Rick Henry cars.
That's the Ricky Rudd car back at 28 spot, 17 laps down. The tied Ford is between the 24 and the 5.
Guys race for the lead. Ooh, Dick Trickle very high. But he managed his short track experience helped him there because he was able to keep that thing off the wall.
And the 3 abreast in the corner. They made it.
Napa Field summary showing you where your favorite driver running. Dick Trickle from 19th to 10th.
I know you folks didn't see that. Trust me, it was exciting.
It was.
Now the 5 and 24, excuse me, they get hooked up, and where Rusty is currently running, about 12, 14 car lengths, and it looks like it's about the time the 24 car begins to come in.
Mark Martin just moved around. Chad Little took over 5th. Mark been batting that back pit situation all day long. He didn't have to make another pit stop, so whatever he's got now, he can show it and come out of here.
Terry Labonte, Kellogg's Chevrolet, 3rd place currently. Trying to close down on the 24 car. Bill Weber?
First of all, Jeff, what happened out there?
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious, wasn't it? Spencer ran into me. I passed him a couple times during the race. You know, no contact. We did one time, but I got run into two from behind. But he just flat run into me. That was really stupid. I'm not whining. I'm not bitching. I'm just stating a fact. That was stupid. Ain't the first time he's done that either. I normally kind of smooth things over. It's time to tell the goddamn truth. Excuse my language. He ran into me. What happened after that, I hit him on the caution on purpose. That was for sure. After that, my steering broke coming off turn 4. We fixed the thing, but the tire rod broke, and I hit him and a bunch of other guys. But they're going to talk to me. They're going to have a talk with it in the trailer, but that's fine. But he ran into me. It's about time I get somebody told the truth. He's wild out there. He's crazy. Ridiculous.
Okay, that's about all Jeff has. John Kernan, I believe, is with Steve Grissom. Steve Grissom has been checked out in the infield care center. He's limping. Steve, are you okay? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Just come in and have him check my foot. I'm fine. It's an unfortunate deal for this Kodiak team. Got a good car today. Wasn't able to capitalize with it. The ankle that he injured was his right ankle. It's the same one he injured at Atlanta, and it is swollen right now. And you can see Steve kind of limping off, getting ready to go change clothes and head for the home.
Boy, well, a moment ago, a close call for another car. We could have had caution flag number 21. As you heard the truth from some of those drivers, the Bobby Hamilton machine.
He goes to the corner, goes up. Then Trickle and Jeff Bodine comes in, gets in the back of him, and watch this. He might have brushed the wall, but no heavy contact.
That was Brett Bodine in the car number 11 that made contact with him there.
There's our leader. 35 laps to go for Rusty Wallace.
Gordon seems to be closing in a little bit, guys. He's pulling away from his teammate, Terry Labonte, and closing in on Rusty Wallace. Mark Martin's closing in on Dale Jarrett. So a lot of racing up here in the top 5.
Here we go. We'll check up the line and see 0.85 of a second. 85 hundredths of a second. Jeff Gordon's behind Rusty Wallace. Now, the next time by, we'll check that again and see what it tells us. Here they come off turn 4. There goes Rusty. Here comes Jeff. 0.83. Almost the same. I wonder what everybody's cheering for. Earnhardt passed Bill Elliott for 7th spot.
Oh, he got that lap back on that previous caution flag, and now is all the way back up in 7th position from high atop Bristol Motor Speedway. But depends on copter cam shots. The sun is out and the shadows beginning to show. But this crowd of 118,000 today has certainly got their money's worth. When we come back, we'll see if Gordon can catch Rusty with just 30 to go. Back in a moment.
Since its introduction, the John Deere STX-38 has undergone a few improvements, like a tighter turning radius, increased horsepower, larger tires, and much, much more. Maybe that's why it has the highest trade-in value in its class. And yet, even after all this, one thing is still the same, the price. But there's always room for improvement. Introducing the lowest price ever, just $1,899. It was, after all, the only thing left to improve.
What's that? Incredible. What? Impossible. What? Primestar satellite dishes. What? Billions of them. Where are they coming from? That one. Radio Shack?
Radio Shack is America's #1 retailer of Primestar digital satellite TV. Surprised? Don't be. Who knows satellite TV like the people at Radio Shack?
Hey, what's that?
I don't know, but I'm not putting one on my roof. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. Get Primestar now and get 2 months of great programming free, an $85.90 value.
Every Splitfire is born to do battle and win.
I've got 3 vehicles that I've got it in.
Motorcycles are performance. Splitfire spark plugs are performance. Really delivered the power that I was looking for.
Super. Just great.
Definitely just a lot better plug. All the difference in the world. You put the plugs in. If it doesn't meet your expectations, you get your money back.
During our 40 million Splitfire celebration, you'll get guaranteed Splitfire performance, and you'll save $1 on every plug. Hurry, it's a limited time only event.
We've got the ultimate deep dish, almost a full-inch thick. Get a medium with up to 3 toppings, just $8.99. Any second pizza, $4.99.
When sports cream, when legs are sore, when backs ache, when muscles hurt. Wise Sports Cream, rubbing it in brings fast pain relief. No medicine-y smell. Wise Sports Cream, because it works.
Back in Bristol, Tennessee, laps winding down, 22 to go, and Gordon is on a tear. Jeff Gordon has closed the interval, cut it in half the last 3 laps.
You can see just a few car lengths, just a couple of car lengths between he and Rusty Wallace in heavy traffic right in front of him. There's Gordon on the outside. Wow. Several lap cars in front of these cars.
And we're going to see a little bumping and grinding here, folks, once again. Those cars up there trying to stay out in front of the leaders, and the leaders jockeying around trying to stay in front of each other.
We told you the top of the show, Bristol is beating, banging, bumping. Short track at its tricks.
Gordon dived down to the inside. Meanwhile, Rusty's on the outside of barrier.
Dave Marcus stayed down out of the way, so does barrier. That took care of that portion of the traffic. And up on David Green. David won't give him any tips. Stay out of my way.
Now watch Terry Labonte coming in on the right side of your picture. Terry Labonte now closing in on these 2 who are in heavy traffic.
Both these Henry cars right now are fast. And here goes Gordon on the outside, making a run on the outside. Rusty comes off the corner, tries to get by the 96.
There'll be 16 laps to go next time by. 1, 2, 3.
three right there together.
Sterling Marlin and David Green almost got, in fact, they did get together coming off turn 2, but they got straightened out.
They flash by Rick Mass, Remington Arms Ford, and now there's some clear traffic. If Gordon wants to make a move, this is his chance.
Here he goes. He's looking. He can't quite get there.
Rusty dived down to that inside groove, but that's mine for the moment. And we'll see if Gordon is able to get up there and stay right on his back bumper and get him loose like he did Jared a little bit earlier.
He's not getting any close, getting him loose. He's letting him get Rusty Wallace loose. He thinks if he gets by, if George Jensen get by, he'll be able to follow.
12 laps to go. This time by Wallace, Gordon, Labonte, just inches apart.
Well, he's got a good run. Jeff has a run. He's looking. No, he can't quite make it.
Rusty slipped a little bit coming off of turn 2, but it wasn't enough for Gordon. Boy, he got him loose there.
A little bit of bumper tag. That time it's to 24 and the 2. It'll be 10 to go next time by for the Miller Lite Ford of Rusty Wallace. This car really slipping and sliding now coming off the corner.
Yes, he is. That car is not handling the way it was earlier in the race.
As a matter of fact, Rusty's driving so defensive right now that Dale, Jarrett, Martin are going to catch him as well.
Yeah, they are.
They'll be there before it's over.
They are catching up to them. They were about 3 seconds behind. They cut it down to less than 2.
And there's still 9 laps to go.
And they're going to come up on heavy traffic here again in a moment. Terry Labonte looked on the inside of his teammate. Terry might have the fastest car right now if he can get by his teammate.
And he looks on the inside. Here goes Labonte. Ooh, Jeff slams the door, can't quite get by.
And Rusty's loving that because he's able to pull away by 3 car lengths when they made that little move.
And remember, both those guys, Labonte and Gordon, will be on Shop Talk in about 3 or 4 minutes. About 2 minutes of the checkered flag ball. Top of the hour, 118,000 people on their feet here at Bristol Motor Speedway. 6 laps remain.
All of a sudden, Jeff Gordon not able to get off the corner like he was a few laps ago, Ned.
Those tires have been on there now for almost 100 laps, so they're all getting a little bit squirrely out there as they head off the turns. And boy, Rusty Wallace is doing a great job of protecting that inside line.
There's Ray Evernham, the crew chief, team manager for Jeff Gordon, watching intently as his driver tries to take the lead.
There's Robin Pemberton, the crew chief for the Penske Racing South machine, the Miller Racing Ford of Rusty Wallace.
While they're doing that, you mentioned a moment ago that Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin is catching them. They're moving in ever so close, but I don't think they're going to be able to move in close enough to do anything with just a few laps to go.
Traffic right in front of them. 3 to go this time by.
Labonte looks on the inside of Gordon. Tries, can't quite do it.
Actually, that was 2 to go, so they will wave the white flag on Rusty Wallace. 0.533 miles away from win number 2 in 1997.
And heavy traffic right in front of these cars. I don't know if it's going to play into anybody's hand. Gordon takes a look again. Rusty comes down, slams the door. Gordon on air. Here comes Jeff Gordon to take the lead.
Gordon takes the lead. Rusty slips. Jeff Gordon will win at Bristol, Tennessee. Wallace second, Labonte third.
Look at Evernham. He is. Look at him, man.
Wow. Ray Evernham is ecstatic. Unbelievable. Less than a quarter of a mile from the finish. Rusty gets high, slips the car. Let's go down to Ray Dunlap.
Ray Evernham, how can that possibly happen out there?
I don't know. I'm going to have to watch it. I have no idea.
hurt your heart, it hurt mine.
Man, two teammates up there fighting for the lead, and Gordon pulls it off.
All right, here's the replay of that final lap.
Okay, they go into turn 3. Rusty gets down on the inside. His car slips a little bit there. Gordon comes up underneath him, takes the lead, and runs away. Rusty's still wobbly as he comes off the turn. Here comes Terry Labonte. Almost gets by him at start-finish line, but couldn't quite make the pass.
I think...
Did they make contact?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if Rusty might have touched the apron with the left front or there was some contact back there. I really can't tell. They tell me that if you touch the apron with the left front, it really kicks the back end out, something that some of the drivers were concerned about.
Maybe 3.5 feet at best, the separation between the 2 and the 5. A reaction over in the Gordon pit. Is Ray Evernham happy or what? Yeah, they... And there's a big smile on the young man who has won his 3rd straight Food City 500. Let's go down to our McDonald's winner circle and hear from Jeff Gordon. Bill?
Jeff Gordon, that's amazing. Congratulations. That's 3 wins in a row at this race. Tell me about the last lap.
Well, that certainly was interesting because not only was I trying to get by Terry or Rusty. Rusty, I mean, he was tough all day. I knew he was going to be the guy to beat, but I was trying to get by him, but now I had to worry about Terry. And, you know, that set of tires wasn't as good as the time before. I was a little bit tight, and then I'd get loose. But I tell you what, I got to thank these guys in this DuPont Chevrolet. They did an awesome job today in the pit and gave me a great race car. And, you know, it was pretty tight down there. I mean, that's what Bristol's all about. You get down to the closing lap at Bristol, and it's any man for himself. I've seen it done many times.
Were you concerned on that last set of tires that your car was not going to come around to you?
It really didn't. It never really came as good as it was earlier, but it was still good enough to catch Rusty, and that's all I needed.
Well, congratulations. That's a great win for you. And Ray had said late in the race that his money was on you.
Well, he better put his money on me, but that doesn't mean it's going to be guaranteed every time. But I put my money on him, and I tell you what, these guys have been great. And really proud of this one today.
That's Jeff Gordon in victory lane to John Kernan with Rusty Wallace.
Rusty Wallace is over by the gas pumps now to your second-place finish. And Rusty, what a wild finish. What happened there? How did he get around you?
Just a lap car down there in turn 1 and 2 with the last lap. Checker flags waving, or white flags waving, and the 23 car was on the bottom of the track there, and we all had to go around the outside of him. When that happened, it let him get up on my rear end, and he get close to me. Then I got down to turn 3 and got one of those old love taps, and I got up the racetrack a little bit and got second. That's about it.
Well, it was still a good run for Rusty Wallace, finishing second place today. Let's go upstairs, Jerry.
Well, we talk about how close it is at Bristol and what the action is like, Ned and Benny, but that was one whale of a finish.
You know, Bruton's going to have 130,000 seats here in August. That ain't enough, Bruton. I'm telling you, it ain't enough.
Well, that's 118,000 that enjoyed it today. They're going to go home and tell their friends. We come back in August, 130,000. That's not what Jeff Bird wants to hear. More seats, more work, but great action here at Thunder Valley. We'll come back and talk to some more people after this. Don't go away.
What is it that tempts you? Beauty, luxury, or pure strength? Lincoln Mark 8. Call this number now for a free video preview. Take a close look at the bold lines of this incredible luxury sport coupe. From its distinctive Luminarc headlamps to its unique neon tail lamp. Call this number now and discover the adrenaline rush of Mark 8's 280 horsepower Intech V8. Witness the enticing luxury of supple leather and burled walnut trim, and so much more. Simply dial this number now and enjoy a free video preview in the comfort of your home or office. Once you've experienced the beauty, luxury, and power, you'll understand why Lincoln Mark 8 is one temptation worth giving into.
Back at Bristol Motor Speedway, we've just seen an incredible finish here in the Food City 500. A program reminder, coming up next will be Shop Talk. Those of you expecting to tune in and see the Bosch and Long Championship final, that'll be coming up at the conclusion of Shop Talk. Mary Pierce taking on Lindsay Davenport from Amelia Island, Florida. Let's go down to Ray Dunlap in the pits.
Well, thank you, Doc. I'm standing here with Terry Labonte, and I'll tell you what, that's another championship-type caliber run out there. We think you might have had the fastest car.
Well, there at the end, the car was awful good, and I almost got by Jeff there once, and didn't get by him, and then he got by Rusty, and then I didn't get by Rusty. So it was a good run for us. Our Kellogg Chevy ran good all day, and we stayed out of trouble, and I'll tell you what, it was tough out there. The traffic was tough, and the guys did a great job in the pits, and the car just worked good.
Well, congratulations. Another good run, and John Kernan standing by with DJ.
Fine fourth-place finish for Dale Jarrett. Dale, good run for you today at this short track.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be ready to win the race towards the end, and I got by Gordon, and then I got real loose getting into 3, and he and Terry both got by me. Last set of tires just didn't work like I wanted to. We didn't make any adjustments the last stop because I thought the car was where we needed to be. And unfortunately, the last set just didn't turn quite as good.
Now, when Gordon got back around you, didn't you think you might have had a tire going down at that point?
Well, it got so loose going in and coming off the corner, I thought something had to be wrong, but, you know, I don't know. It must have got into something or got in the corner too hard or something, and everything was okay. And just that set of tires didn't stick very good, and, you know, that's the brakes. We'll take fourth and go on.
That's right, because fourth place goes a long way toward the championship, and he is leading the championship hunt, and you need those top 5 finishes consistently.
Well, there's the point leader's car being pushed away. Great fourth-place finish for Dale Jarrett. Now, we told you it was exciting at Bristol, Tennessee. Let's recap some of the action today here on the high banks at Thunder Valley.
John Andretti, the 98 car, gets a left tap from Robbie Gordon. Then we see the 10 car, Ricky Rudd by himself. He lost a lot of laps. Jack Sprague, Robbie Gordon. Gary Bradbury. No. Kenny Wallace, they got together. And there's Dave Market spinning around, the 30 car of Johnny Benson. And look at this action. Dale Earnhardt and Kyle Petty get together a little bit. Brett Bodine goes in the spin cycle. Whoops, little tap. Ernie and Bobby Labonte. Bobby Labonte will get caught up later. And Sprague once again hard in the inside wall. And Barrier goes around. And Rusty Wallace goes around. Jeff Gordon, that is. Spencer and Jeff Bodine. Boy, they were into it all day long. They're in the truck now talking to NASCAR. Earnhardt and Chad Little there. And the finish. Rusty Wallace had a little love tap there. Jeff Gordon comes around and takes the win.
And the celebration was underway in the DuPont pits. Hey, did this track live to its reputation as a tough racetrack? Take a look today. 132 laps under caution, 132 out of 500. There were 20 caution flags equaling the Winston Cup record. Let's go down and talk to Bill Elliott.
And Bill Elliott, your 500 starting a great run for you here.
Well, we led some. You know, we weren't the quickest car, but I'll tell you what, we had a good race car. You know, the thing about these guys, they put some good race cars under me this year, and if we can just get just a little bit of good luck. You know, that last set of tires, I decided not to change the car, but the car was just a little bit too tight. We should have made some adjustments, but it was done too late in the race. But, you know, all in all, we came out of here unscathed, and, man, I'll tell you what, come out of Bristol unscathed, you've done a heck of a job.
Do you think for a moment you might have had it?
Well, no, I knew Rusty and the 24 car were awful good, and, you know, I could hold them up, but, you know, the car was real good right there, that long run when I run second so long behind Jeff. I wasn't hardly as good as Jeff, but it wasn't bad. I'll tell you what, we had a good race car.
Okay, we'll see you next week.
See you next week, guys.
Hooray.
Well, thank you, Bill. Chad Little has climbed out of the John Deere Pontiac, an 8th place finish tonight. Good run.
I appreciate that. You know, I want to say thanks to all the guys at the shop. They did a great job in preparing the car and made several changes after happy hour last night. And Harold Hawley, our crew chief, made some good guesses. And talking with Clyde back at home, he's not feeling well. And just want to say thanks to John Deere and all their employees. I mean, this has been feels good, you know, to start a new program and then improve every year to get to this point. It feels real good, and hopefully it'll continue.
Now, as secretary, he's gotten a couple of dozen roses for getting the postmark in time. The driver's doing a great job. The crew's really come together. You got to be happy with it.
Yeah, we are. In fact, the secretary, you know, she's really informed us now that she's got promoted up to general manager instead of office manager.
Congratulations. Back up top.
Great run for Chad Little, and in great he deserves that smile. Our results today, 43 started, and 15 finishing the top in the lead lap.
Of course, those yellow marks out there means that those drivers led the laps, and Rusty Wallace led the most laps.
Look back 16 through 30. Jerry Cope, 1 lap down. Go back to Dave Marcus, finished 30th, 32 laps down.
31 through 43, see those that finish out. And Jeff Burton, who won last week, finishes 42nd today. NASCAR Winston Cup points. Dale Jarrett holds on to a 90-point lead over Terry Labonte. Jeff Gordon moves up 2 spots from 5th to 3rd. Bobby Labonte drops back a spot. And Earnhardt up from 10th to 8th. How about next week? We got racing action coming your way. NASCAR Winston Cup qualifying live 3 p.m. Eastern. Federal Light Modifieds live 2 o'clock on Saturday, followed by happy hour at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Then on Sunday, NASCAR Today, 12:30 p.m. Eastern time on the Deuce, and our live flag-to-flag coverage of the Gooding Headache Powder 500 at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Coming up next is Shop Talk. We got the winner of the race along with his teammate Terry Labonte, who finished 3rd, followed by Bausch & Lomb Championship Final. Mary Pierce taking on Lindsay Davenport from Ely Island, Florida. For John Kernan, Bill Weber, Ray Dunlap, Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, and our good buddy Bob Jenkins, who'll be back next week at Martinsville, I'm Jerry Punch, congratulating Ray Evernham, and Jeff Gordon on his 22nd career victory. What a great one today at Thunder Valley. This has been a special presentation of the ESPN, the Worldwide